Thursday, August 26th. It is 6 p.m. I think we'll start with a roll call. We've done that the last few nights. So can we have the clerk call roll for us?
Yes. Councilmember Rallo?
Here.
Volin?
Here.
Rosenbarger?
Here.
Scambaluri?
Here.
Sims?
Here.
Thank you. Flaherty? It's Thursday. Okay. Piedmont Smith?
Here.
Smith?
I am here.
And Sandberg?
Here.
Thank you all.
Okay, I think Councilmember Flaherty has teaching his class on Thursday, so he'll be late again. Okay, so this evening we have the following budget. Planning and Transportation will kick us off, followed by Engineering, and then the Department of Public Works, which will be Public Works Administration, Animal Control, Facilities, Fleet Maintenance, Parking Services, Sanitation, and Street. So let's go ahead and get started with Planning and Transportation. Director Scott Robinson will be here presenting. Thanks, Mr. Robinson, and you can begin when you would like. I think we have 10 minutes scheduled for you.
Great, thank you. I'll share my screen. Hold on one second, please. Can everybody see my screen?
It would help if you made it a little larger, but yes.
Hey, Scott, we see your talking points, not your slides.
Yeah, that's true.
All right.
Nine minutes, 20 seconds. I'm just kidding. Okay, thanks.
All right, can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Is this the correct screen? Sorry, I have too many screens open. All right, great, thank you. With that, I will get started. Good evening. My name is Scott Robinson. I'm the Director for Planning and Transportation. I appreciate you having the time this evening to hear my 2022 budget presentation. As you can see, advance the slides. Why does Planning and Transportation exist? Our department's mission is to help protect the health, safety, general welfare of the residents, visitors, and businesses within the city of Bloomington. Guiding from the form and function of the built environment and land uses with the natural environment in order to sustain Bloomington's high quality of life. The department develops and implements plans that ensure that the growth and mobility of our community is consistent with Bloomington's values and vision towards the future. I have a little screen capture of my team here, one of our Zoom meetings, and I just want to give a shout out to them. I really appreciate all their hard work. They're an excellent staff. Little background about our department. There's 16 full-time employees. It's comprised of 3 divisions. The Planning Services Division, that's the division that develops and administers plans and studies and provides boards and commission staff support to various boards and commissions of the city. The Planning Services Division is the division that develops and administers permits and reviews, development review, also administers the UDO and also provides staff support for various boards and commissions. And the 3rd division is the Metropolitan Planning Organization. This group coordinates regional transportation needs and leverages state and federal funding for transportation projects. And I have also listed a few major initiatives over the last few years, updating our comprehensive plan and transportation plan. We've been in the process of updating our Unified Development Ordinance, or UDO. a couple of transportation studies, a parking study and travel demand management, as well as the redevelopment of Bloomington Hospital site. The next few slides, I just want to spend a brief moment to highlight 2021 budget goals. We had 28 of those and are organized into 6 programs. The Planning Services Division is in charge of implementation and evaluation and reporting of the Planning Services Division. This graph that you see here demonstrates the status on the implementation of the transportation plan. As you can see, progress has been made, but there is more work before us. Core function of the Development Services Division provides customer service on permits, such as sign permits and building permits, code compliance, and development petitions. Another aspect of this team is also to increase commissioner knowledge. As you know, planners sometimes speak another language, right? This year, we've had 5 commissioners participate in a few training opportunities. Our citizen volunteers also need tools and resources for their time and efforts through our various planning initiatives. The next slide looks at the planning area of administering the Unified Development Ordinance. This is another core function of the department, which includes regular updates. As you all know, we have been doing this since 2018 for a major overhaul of the UDO. The 2 maps that you see here on this slide represent the before and after zoning changes reflecting plan unit developments, or PUDs, on the left. With the updated map, we rezoned 103 of 119 PUDs to standard or straight zoning. That's a big accomplishment, so I want to point that out. That helps into the administration for consistency of zoning across the city and administration of PUDs. The next budget area is Metropolitan Planning Organization. Administration is responsible for reporting lots of reports that the MPO staff provides on a regular basis. That's to help ensure that we're in good standing for federal transportation dollars. The little graph that you see here is one of the things they do annually is administer the crash report. And this gives a history of crashes throughout Monroe County since 2013 to 2019. Why is that important? It's important to help be responsive to understand where fatal and incapacitating crashes are happening throughout the county, so we can program and address various transportation improvements that will help reduce or eliminate safety issues. This reporting can also be helpful towards the Comprehensive Plan's Vision Zero program, a goal of 0 fatalities from crashes. The next slide, just want to highlight a couple programs on ways to improve customer service, ranging from the development review of permits that we review and issue to the various boards and commissions that we serve. There's 11 of them. Having professional staff and the tools and resources available is essential for those services. Now turning our focus on 2022. There are 30 budget goals in the 6 same programs. Planning services will continue with the evaluation of our plans, but we will also focus on some self-assessments on America Planning Association's housing policy and equity guides. I feel that these will be helpful tools on our self-assessment, but also working with our boards and commissions on ways we can improve on areas of equity and housing policy. This next slide, I have a picture of the recent B-line or 7-line protected bike lane installed here. And one of the goals of planning services is also to help educate and inform and engage the community. There's a lot of opportunities with this new facility in the city to help understand how to use it, how to help improve and educate various members of the community. The Development Services Division will continue to focus on the daily business of customer service, enforcement, code enforcement, and staff will continue to improve online information and public engagement opportunities. These have largely remained consistent for the last few years, but I wanted to highlight some of the new tools that we've implemented with some online interactive maps. This is a screenshot from the August 2021 Plan Commission meeting. It's hard to see at this scale, but there were 6 cases. The yellow circles highlight the various locations around the city where a user could click on those orange sites and find additional information on that. These are some tools that we're looking to continue to develop and employ through various boards and commissions for both educational purposes and for community engagement. The next program goal is The next program goal is dealing with the Unified Development Ordinance. Again, we've done some heavy lifting. Recently, we've just updated the zoning map, as I mentioned, but looking in 2022, there's one area of interest that we'd like to look to help facilitate and implement accessory dwelling units. As everybody is aware, this is one type of housing unit that the community provides a lot of support for. So we're looking at ways to help educate and implement this type of housing throughout Bloomington. As City Council is considering the annexation process, they are residents that will be welcomed into our community. Part of the Unified Development Ordinance in that process will necessitate the need to initiate processes to consider areas into the city and what that zoning will be, as well as updating the transportation and comprehensive plan. Moving on to the Metropolitan Planning Organization for 2022. Again, these largely remain the same. With their ongoing reporting, I will like to highlight the fact that we just updated, or the nation is updating the 2020 census, which will impact various jurisdictional boundaries within the MPO. And that may have financial outcomes as well as pending transportation legislation. So I anticipate in fiscal year or calendar year 2023, there'll be some new program goals to address the changing landscape of our Metropolitan Planning Organization. But again, for 2022, we largely have the same goals. We are currently in a certification review with the state and feds right now, and that's a very important milestone to ensure that the Metropolitan Planning Organization is in good standing. We have a very good track record on that account. On the program goal of technical training and accountability, one of the things I wanted to highlight again is, in addition to the technical training and professionalism of our staff, there's a new emergent trend called a digital twin. This is a pilot that I'd like staff to consider, to employ, and perhaps look at some areas such as the Bloomington Hospital redevelopment site. The whole concept behind the digital twin allows an interactive forum for sharing and visualization, as well as possible build out scenarios. So this is one tool that with our current licenses with our GIS software, that's a new program that we'd like to, again, explore, and as a possibility for community engagement on how the future of Bloomington could look. And then circling back to the last program on the boards and commissions, again, our department is responsible for providing staff support for various boards and commissions. One thing new for 2022 on the same theme of providing some evaluation, I would like to get some feedback from our board and commission members on things that we're doing well and things that we could do some improvement on. So that's a new thing I'm looking to do in 2022 so that we can provide better services to our boards and commissions. Getting into the highlights, I'd like to point out that, category 1, as you're well aware by this time, is staff salaries, and the administration has made those announcements. That reflects a small increase of 2.75 in my overall budget. Category 2, office supplies, we have a very small increase. One little point that I highlighted here is considering a pilot program for some air monitoring, for some tools. So that's something I'm looking to do to help provide some information and data on that data point for our community. And then category 3, it looks like a really large increase, which it is, but I want to point out that it's more historical with past years, what had happened in prior 2020 and 2021. We had existing contracts with the UDO update and other consultants that we're working on. And then with the wrap up of those studies, I'm seeking for additional increases in category 3 to address the accessory dwelling units that I mentioned, to address the needs for the annexation process, to update our transportation plan, comprehensive plan, and zoning map. And then lastly, to look at a corridor study within the transportation plan. The last slide here is just an overall summary of the previous slide in a table format. Again, you can see that there's a 24% increase in our department's budget from this year to next year. To wrap things up, the 2022 budget just reflects our program goals that align well with the theme on implementation and evaluation of our plans and studies. Looking to improve our customer service and administration of our various the codes that we deal with, providing the technical training for our staff to be professional and qualified, and then leveraging the coordination with our MPO partners for federal funding to help implement various transportation projects. So I appreciate your consideration tonight. I'd be happy to answer any questions. And I will stop my screen.
Thank you for that presentation, Mr. Robinson. We will start with questions from council members and just follow the process from the last 3 nights, 3 minutes per council member per round, and we'll just do as many rounds as are necessary. Okay, so it looks like we have a question from, I'm gonna go in a different order, council member Scambolari.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. I appreciate your pointing to the census as something that guides the amount of funding we need. Could you go into more detail about that? Because I know that several of us are concerned about what we perceive to be a pretty dramatic undercount. Could you talk about some specific ways in which that could play out?
Well, I haven't seen the data yet, and I don't know. I mean, historically, university and college towns do have undercount problems or issues. With the Metropolitan Planning Organization, specifically speaking, there's a planning area and then there's an urbanized area. The planning area allows the MPO to study transportation needs. And so that area is a little bit larger than the urbanized area. Technically speaking, for our MPO, we call the entire county our planning area. So when we do our transportation plan through the MPO, it looks at the entire county. That won't have much impact on the funding. That's just a core function of planning in that group. When you get into the urbanized area, that's where the calculations come down on population and census tracts and funding formulas. So we anticipate that the urbanized area will change and probably grow. We also anticipate with pending transportation bills and stimulus that there might be additional money available for various MPOs. So I think, you know, our guess is that regardless of the count, we anticipate that the urbanized area will increase, and we will expect some increase in funding. But it's too early to tell. Last time in 2010, that process took about 2.5 years to kind of shake itself out with the map and the steps that we need to do with that.
Okay.
Does that answer your question, Councilman?
Yeah, it does. I was going to ask as well about timetable, and you covered that. I also, in the minute I have left, you're mentioning the self-evaluation that you have planned for the Planning for Equity policy guide. Could you talk more about the methodology for that? Is that an external reviewer coming in? Is that something we just do internally? Is there a guide for it? How will that work?
So there's a couple of guides, one on the housing policy and one on equity. They were documents available on the American Planning Association's website. First step is I would conduct a self-evaluation with our staff, looking at those policies and evaluating that. The second step, I would have a peer review. You know, that would be our boards and commissions saying, hey, here are these guides, here's what we think, what do you think? And then the third step is, again, I would seek feedback from those boards and commission members on, you know, areas that we could improve upon or areas that we're doing well. So no, it wouldn't be an external consultant coming in to facilitate that, but it is a tool that I think would be helpful given the framework that those policy guides, we can also compare into our comprehensive plan and other things that we're doing. And then again, have our boards and commissions kind of evaluate how we do our self-evaluation. So that's what I would anticipate with that. And certainly
Thank you.
open to other
Yeah.
ideas on that. Yeah.
And I'm over time, so I'm going to hold off on any other questions for
Thank
now.
you.
Thanks.
Okay, next we'll have Council Member Rallo, followed by Council Member Piedmont Smith.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Robinson, for your presentation. I think we've got an ugly building epidemic in our country, and I don't think that Bloomington's immune to this. It seems to me, with rare exceptions, I'm disappointed by what I'm seeing built. And I wondered what you felt we could do to remedy this. I know that we pay attention to scale, mixed materials, we try to break up facades and things like that. But it doesn't seem to be entirely helping matters. So I wondered, and by the time it comes to council, it's generally too late and we're seeing less PUDs anyway. So what do you think we can do? Code restrictions of some kind? Can we have, an architectural review board? Do we need to hire a city architect? What would you suggest?
Well, the UDO does have design standards that are in there. And so we could look at how could we adjust those. That would be first step. Second step, we do have an architect on retainer from a prior contract that we have them. So I still have a little bit of money left to leverage their third-party review. That's actually specified in the Unified Development Ordinance. So we have done that on a couple of projects. The idea of design review and committee, I don't know if that's a successful tool. I think that's something that we could certainly explore. I do think that there's a balance on building materials and affordability and quality of building materials. So certainly that's an issue that I think we look at it, the materials. Is it sustainable? Is it good quality, long lasting? But then, is it architecturally pleasing? And so sometimes we could have great materials, but architecturally, we didn't end up with something that people like. So I think there's obviously opportunity to look for ways to improve that. But we do have some tools right now that we can try to work on that.
I have a little time remaining. What about having an architect on staff instead of just on retainer? Somebody who would bear responsibility if something were to come forward and we were to say, this is really disappointing. You know what I mean? It just seems to me that when it's the process right now doesn't seem to be working very well. So what's your feeling about one on staff?
I think the process that we have is still fairly new. So I would like some more time to assess how the community feels by that. I honestly feel that architecture is very personal. Some people find one building looks great and other people don't. So if I had some more direction on the types of things that people are concerned about, that would be more helpful than hiring an architect per se. So as much as I think it would be great to have a person on staff, I do think that person would be under the same scrutiny that anybody would be reviewing the architecture of a building. It does get to be kind of personal.
I've run out of
But right
time.
now, I think we have an okay system, but certainly open to ideas on ways we can improve that. Thank you for your question, Councilmember Rowell.
Thank you.
Councilmember Piedmont Smith, you can go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Robinson. I wanted to ask about housing and our housing plan, as I've been asking all week in various contexts. So in your list of goals in your memo under Planning Services Division, you have facilitate 4 community-based discussions on the APA's housing policy guide by Q4, which may be used towards an in-depth local housing study. So I wonder if you could weigh in on putting that in context. We had a housing study in 2020. What our comprehensive plan calls for is a strategic housing plan or a housing strategy, which is, goes beyond a study and goes into, well, who's going to do what when. So since you mentioned this APA planning guide, I wonder, how do you view our housing plan and housing strategy?
Well, I think what the APA policy guide is again, a way to kind of check what our policies that we have in place to see if it is meeting those community goals. Yes, we do have a housing strategy, and I think that's a useful tool to move forward with. Again, I think this is just an evaluation of looking at what we have in place now and what we need to do more and facilitate those discussions. With the recent update of the Unified Development Ordinance, there was a lot of interest about accessory dwelling units. And so that's just one example of a housing policy, maybe a strategy, depending on how you look at it, is how can we encourage more of that type of housing? What kind of barriers there are? How can we reduce those barriers? That's likely a policy within the housing guide that talks about what kind of housing policies do you have in place that either hinder or help, those types of housing. So again, I would just use that as a guide, as like a check and balance to look at how we are doing and what we have in place, and not as a strategy to say, hey, you got to go do A, B, or C. It's just an evaluation tool. Does that make sense, Councilmember?
Yes. So in your professional opinion, do you think we have a sufficient housing strategy in the city?
I think up to this point, with the ROI studies that we've done, we have some really good information as a starting point and a baseline. Now, certainly moving in the future, there's some unknowns that we'll need to continue to dig deeper in. But at this point, I think we have a pretty good understanding of needs. And I think the challenge is looking at how do we address those needs.
Okay. So the comprehensive plan does call for a housing strategy. So I'm just trying to gauge whether we have it or not. Thank you.
I feel like the current study is a really good start on that strategy, and we can build upon that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Sims.
Thank you. Thank you for the report or your presentation, Mr. Robinson. To help my vernacular a little bit, planning and transportation, under line 243 under tools, and these are air monitors. The acronyms PM, BOC, and NO2. Just to help my understanding, what are we talking about there, and what are they?
I apologize.
What are they monitoring? No, you're fine.
Councilmember Sims, I apologize that. This is so the acronyms are of chemistry. So NO, actually NO2 is nitrous oxide.
Gotcha.
And PM1, it actually goes from PM1 through PM10, particulate matter 1.0 through 10.0. And what was the third one? I don't have my presentation pulled up right now.
VOC, B is
it's volatile organic compounds, or VOC. So things like benzene and those kind of off gases from petroleum. So there's some really small, pretty nifty little devices, air monitoring devices that I'm looking to deploy through volunteers, perhaps, to collect these type of data around our community. And so that's just an example of trying to be creative on how we can get some information. I do know that Bloomington doesn't have, I think only has one air monitoring station from the state. It monitors, I believe, PM 2.5, that's particulate matter 2.5. And it's on the east side of the community over by Binford Rogers. So again, it's just a way to kind of look at some of the other issues as the community is looking at, air quality and quality of life. I thought it would be a nice, relatively inexpensive tool to explore.
Okay, thank you. And I'd like to hear later how and what it is you monitor or come up with during that. In the minute that I have left, you also mentioned, or I saw on one of your charts, the annexation zoning allocation of about $151,000. Is that what I think it is, that you pre-zoned or planning what areas may be in a certain zone, should they be annexed? Am I close?
Yeah, so there's a couple legal pieces that move down depending on what decision council makes on annexation. So the first step would be we'd have to incorporate those areas into our comprehensive plan. Now the county has done their comprehensive plan and fringe plans, and so part of that process there'd be, an engagement in working with those new members of our community to bring that into our transportation and comprehensive plan. The second piece is zoning. So those areas that are incorporated into the community, we'd have to update our zoning map. And so again, there might not be a perfect match for some of those areas that get annexed.
Mr. Robinson, I'm sorry. No, thank you. We run out of time.
Okay.
Maybe we can pick that up either later today or later. So thank you.
All right. Thanks for the question, Councilmember Sims.
I was just sort of letting Mr. Robinson finish answering if someone has asked. But if you all want me to be a little stricter on that 3 minutes.
Go ahead and finish, Mr. Robinson. Thank you, Ms. Chair.
Okay.
No, it's not about strict, it's just being respectful. So thank you for that.
I'll try to be brief.
You were to the zoning part, yeah.
Yeah, and I know planners have our language, so I'm trying to stop talking plain English. So again, legally speaking, there's areas that may be annexed that we have to match up with our zoning districts. And so depending on what that looks like, which we don't know, there might be some good matches for which zoning districts, or we might have to bring over some county districts into ours or create a new one. So that's just, starting to build that process and understand what those expectations will be in timeline. So that's kind of the initial step in 2022 that we're looking to do, is just to initiate and start doing that assessment.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, Councilmember Rosenberg.
You're welcome. Other first round questions? Councilmember Smith?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Robinson. I'm looking at, let's see if I can, I don't know if I can do this. I was looking at the last page from the binder, and it's the one with your budget items on it and the blue line. It doesn't work, does it? Well, okay. So I'm going to ask you under total personnel services and under supplies, there's some increases in uniform and tools, 265%, telephone 337%, travel 280, and other services and charges 428%. Can you kind of just walk me through a little bit what that means to me and what that means in your budget?
Yeah, thanks, Councilmember Smith. I'll try to hit each one of those. So the tools, we already talked about that. That was the question that Councilmember Sims asked. It's the air monitoring tools. That's the increase. Cell phones. Pre-pandemic, most of my staff did not have cell phones. So we work with the public on a regular basis. In the remote environment, we had to pivot pretty drastically to deal with that. So now most of my staff have city cell phones. So that's where that increase is coming from. Travel, pre-pandemic, training for certification, education, and other things that for our professional staff. I'm just trying to return that to pre-pandemic levels. So that's why you see a big increase on both travel and instruction. Because again, with the pandemic, we lowered those pretty substantially in 2021. And then other services and charges, again, that's kind of a reflection of two things: pandemic, number one, and two, we had current processes going on with the hospital redevelopment that wasn't funded out of our department, but we had staff involved in that, and the Unified Development Ordinance. And so we had contracts with those with outside consultants. So we didn't need additional money last year, but those processes have wrapped up, and now I'm seeking additional services. And I talked about those with the ADU studies or the ADUs, annexation, and the transportation plan. So that's why you see a very large increase in that budget line. Does that answer your question?
Oh, yeah. I really appreciate your explanation. Since we're looking at the budget, I look at those numbers and just wondered what that meant. So then the follow-up question for me is, it looks like your overall budget increases about 24%. And based on, some of those explanations, I get that. Will your budget return down, decrease back down after we get through this? Are these one-time charges, and or is there any ARPA money that you can use for a one-time charge?
So ARPA money, we already leveraged ARPA money for other improvements through ITS. And so they actually covered some of the cell phone costs, but this is to sustain those annual fees for that. The other items, the travel, that's travel and instruction, that's kind of a historical level that we try to maintain for our staff. Some of the things that I highlighted with software, we're getting some more technical software, and I would like them to have the tools to be able to get the education and training to use those more readily. So the GIS is one I didn't have time to talk about, is a community development software program. The pandemic's kind of delayed the launch of that, but that allows for online permitting and reviewing and collaboration for permits and development review. So that's something we're really excited about, and hopefully will launch in early 2022. But that software has some training. So again, I'm trying to return some of that education and training for my staff so that they have the tools and skills to be able to do their jobs. And then the consultant budget, the other services and charges, there's a baseline in there that covers software licenses and other things that we do. And so some of the consultant budgets, it kind of ebbs and flows from one year to the other. If you kind of look back prior years, it's somewhat very similar to what we've had in years past with other efforts. So it's hard for me to estimate if that would go up and down in 2023.
Fair enough. Thank you, Ms. Robinson.
I will add one caveat to that,
Yes, sir.
since I have a little bit of time. I mentioned the MPO and their process. When that time comes, there might be a need to seek additional sources for them to update some of their plans and their transportation model, which is a very technical thing. So that would be one I would anticipate a year or two out, but it's still too early to know that scope right now.
Thank you for your answers. And sorry, next question.
Thank you. Other first round questions? I will ask one. Thank you for your presentation again, Mr. Robinson. Mine is about the transportation plan. As everyone knows, we adopted that in 2019, and one of the recommendations is an immediate corridor studies of the major east, west, and north-south corridors. So College Walnut and Atwater Third are, and I'm sorry if I missed it in the presentation, do we plan to conduct those studies in 2022?
Short answer is yes. That's part of the budget request, is to have consultant money to facilitate a corridor study. The area that we're looking at is College Walnut, but it's certainly open for discussion on priorities of other areas. The reason why I suggest College Walnut is there's more right-of-way. That's the amount of land that the city owns. So there's more travel lanes, and there's more room to work with. When you look at Third, Atwater and Third, it's a little bit more constrained with available right-of-way, especially on Atwater. There have been prior studies done along there, and it's just been a very challenging area. That doesn't mean we can't pursue that. I just think I think the College Walnut corridor will offer us more opportunities to consider. That's my preference, but again, I'm open to suggestions and feedback on that.
Thanks. How much does it cost? Just, I don't know, ballpark for one study.
And that's up for debate. Again, how complicated and how in depth we get. Andrew Seaborg, who will come up later, he worked in North Carolina, I believe, for a few years, and they did a comparable study. And so I think, their estimate, they said anywhere from about 150 to 250,000. So we're kind of in that middle zone right there with this. But it kind of depends on the complexity and how big it is with the study on that.
Okay, and just, one more point on this. The transportation plan doesn't say pick one. So I'm just asking, why are we just picking one?
I would say the simple answer is pace, timing, and funding. I mean, if there's concern about implementation, if we do a study, there will be recommendations about improvements, and those improvements cost money. And there's certainly limited resources on implementing those improvements. So absolutely, the plan does identify several options to consider. That's a recommendation that I would like to move forward with, but certainly open to other ideas on that.
Thank you. I see Councilmember Bowen has his hand up, and then Councilmember Flaherty will be after him.
Thanks. To follow up on that question, it seems to me that the bottleneck isn't dollars, it's staff. In other words, is the reason that you can't do 2 corridor studies because they require coordination by our own staff, or is it all purely a matter of hiring consultants?
No, so hiring consultants still takes a lot of work with staff.
Right.
In coordination with that. So it's not an issue of staff. There's also a level of expertise. So consultants do bring in some expertise. Consultants also bring in an unbiased position, whether.
No. I think you're misunderstanding my question. I'm asking, is the reason that you couldn't do both major corridor studies because of a limitation of our own staff? Or do you have the bandwidth to handle 2?
I would not have the bandwidth to do 2 because our staff is busy with the day-to-day business, the day-to-day stuff that they do with boards and commissions, permit review, and the things that they do. And so I'd be concerned about trying to initiate 2 pretty substantial corridor studies that I think the community would be pretty interested in. And so I think probably the appropriate level for this scale of a project would be 1. And keep in mind, they're still working on implementation of the neighborhood greenways and traffic calming and other things that are consistent with the transportation plan. So they are doing other things, but when you're looking at a larger community-wide study, I would only be
very
comfortable
good
doing 1. Thanks.
Thanks so much.
Thanks for the clarification, Councilmember Sims. Sorry.
Councilmember Flaherty, I would also just like to say if I say an order like 1 and then 2, I'm okay with the next person just going ahead. Okay.
Thank you, Chair Rosenberger. And apologies again to my colleagues and to you, Mr. Robinson, for showing up late this evening. I had a conflict until about 6:30. So I'll be sure to go back and watch the first half hour of this presentation. But I wanted to follow up in the same vein of what was just being discussed. I appreciated the previous meeting with you and the mayor about corridor studies in particular. I think I also favor going ahead and pursuing both, since I feel like that's what the plan calls for. But if we're choosing, I understand the reasons you outlined around Walnut and College having sort of more flexibility in the context of the right of way, but Third and Atwater, those constraints that have been mentioned in terms of lesser right of way are, and perhaps, on the edge of campus, some things like that. Those constraints aren't going away. And I would imagine we're still going to pursue a corridor study on that street, even if it's next year, let's say, or next budget year after this one. And I have much greater concern about the safety on 3rd Street for pedestrians in particular and cyclists than I do on Walnut or College. So since, again, if we're picking, and since the constraints aren't changing with either of those cases, what do you think about the idea of pursuing 3rd and Atwater first? Because it's a more pressing safety issue. We've had actually multiple pedestrian deaths on that street in the last couple of years, quite sadly. And yeah, there's just long stretches on Atwater that are designed for a drive speed of 40 miles an hour and have 0 stops, So what do you think about the safety factor weighing into the department's priorities on this?
Oh, I think safety is a very high priority, and that's something we can consider looking at. I think there's a range of priorities of looking at safety, opportunities to improve multimodal transportation, opportunities to enhance transit. I think we can look at all those variables in picking one over the other. Again, I think that my assessment is based on what I think would be would offer more opportunities to address some of those. But if you look at safety in the recent crash history, you're correct. There's been an unfortunate pattern along 3rd Street in recent years. So, again, I think looking at the scope and scale and the amount of funding, we'll have to take a look at that corridor or both corridors and see what we can get out of there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, now we are on second round questions. Councilmember Rallo, followed by Councilmember Piedmont-Smith.
Thank you. Mr. Robinson, I'm concerned about our housing stock consisting mostly of rental units and only about 35% owner-occupied dwellings. We heard from Mr. Zodi last evening in hand that he feels that owner occupancy is important. And there are ways to address this. One is to make sure that we have the housing stock to permit people to have that option. And then there's financing and so forth. First of all, is your department committed to that priority as well of owner occupancy as a goal? And if so, what would you do in terms of encouraging that?
So first answer is, Councilmember Rallo, is yes, we support more opportunities for home ownership. That's, again, I referenced the ADA, not ADA, American Planning Association Housing Policy Guide. And so there's certainly lots of information out there that home ownership is a really important aspect. And so we would support that. Given the confines of legal constraints, there's very little that zoning and planning can do to regulate ownership. In fact, it's forbidden by federal law. So
I'm talking about incentives.
There are, we have to be very careful in what kind of incentives we're offering through planning and zoning. Now, collaborating with HAND and other departments, there's certainly programs and things that we can explore to help those attain home ownership. I mentioned the accessory dwelling units as one possible means. Now, that could be a stepping stone for some, not everyone, as a pathway towards home ownership. And so that's one of the reasons why I had highlighted that as a possible priority for 2022 to implement or to help implement more accessory dwelling units in Bloomington, to understand what the barriers are, what we could do to help those, and it could be a pathway for some towards home ownership. So again, I would agree wholeheartedly. We would need to do everything we can to increase home ownership.
So when you get a development proposal, do you need certain tools at your disposal that we could think about to encourage a developer to use some incentives to incentives to effectuate this sort of owner-occupied dwellings instead of apartments? Is that being done at all? Are you doing that at all?
There's no way that we can regulate, and I'll have to double check with my legal staff, but there's no way that we could legally offer an incentive to do that. It violates fair housing laws, and you start getting into very complicated ways to regulate developers. Now, we have incentives for affordability and for sustainability. I'm not aware of any that deal with ownership, but that's something that we can look into. But again, I would be very cautious about running into some legal issues on incentives that would offer ownership opportunities.
Councilmember Piedmont-Smith.
Yes, I wanted to also go back to the transportation plan. Another initiative that was prioritized in that plan is to turn Kirkwood Avenue, or part of it, into a shared street. And of course, with the pandemic and the street closures that we've seen, people have kind of gotten used to this idea that Kirkwood is not just for driving on. But I didn't see in your memo any mention of pursuing that goal in the transportation plan. Could you speak to that, please?
Thanks, Councilmember Piedmont Smith. No, I did not mention that. And again, I think kind of circling back to Councilmember Mullen's question about can we do one or more? Our recommendation would be one corridor study. And in regards to Kirkwood, I think the pilot program is working great. This is something that the transportation plan and other studies we've encouraged to consider. But I also think that with the recent investments there, it might be a good opportunity to pause and see how that moves forward with that corridor. I think there's some concerns and sensitivity to the businesses that if we were to initiate a study that would trigger more changes in construction and what have you in that area, I would be concerned about the sensitivity of those businesses along there. I'd personally like to see this pilot program flourish a little bit longer, because I do think it's really opened people's eyes on the opportunities available by running that. And again, the community, or the city, has made some significant investments on corridor on Kirkwood with the bollards and other improvements on there. So with that said, I would say it's still in the mix, but that would not be my priority at this time. And largely, that's more of a pace and timing thing, and not it's not the right project.
Weren't the street closures actually initiated by business owners on Kirkwood? So I'm a little surprised to hear you talk about concerns of businesses.
I'm saying that if there were some businesses now, I believe not all businesses were supportive of full closure there. And again, with construction, depending on what comes out of a study, there could be some concerns about construction and further disruption with those businesses there. I do think some of our restaurants are living on a thread right now. There's some emergent trends that the pandemic has accelerated. And I think the restaurants in particular, which the outdoor seating benefits the most along there. And there are other trends with more traditional stores too that the pandemic has accelerated. So I'm just suggesting that next year is not the right time, in my opinion, but I'm certainly open to thoughts and ideas on that.
Thank you.
Other second round questions? Councilmember Flaherty.
Yes, thank you. I just had a short one. Does the Planning and Transportation Department ever spend money on signal interchanges, Mr. Robinson, from the funds in your team's budget?
Not in the 2021 or 22 budget, no.
Okay. Do you know what department is in charge of ADA compliance and accessibility when it comes to signal interchanges?
Well, it depends, I guess. If it's a new signal that's installed, the engineering department would be facilitating the design of that and implementing that. Once they're accepted, then it would transfer over to the Public Works Department, Street Department on those.
So, thank you. What about retrofits? What about? I think I would imagine that all new interchanges were sort of got the latest technology and make sure we're doing things right, but we have a lot that are not compliant in town, and I'm trying to figure out more about what the replacement timeline is and what the barriers are, because it's a life or death matter for visually impaired folks crossing streets where there's no audio signal or other issues like that, where they're relying on literally using their ears to listen for traffic and walking into the street. So I think I find it to be a pretty pressing issue, and I'm just trying to learn more about that because I know it impacts multiple departments. But it sounds like not planning at all. I mean, any of the planning around how to address those existing gaps, does that come from the planning department or not at all?
Well, planning department, thanks for the question, Councilmember Flaherty. We coordinate regularly with engineering and public works on various needs around the community, as well as ADA compliance with the staff and legal department. So the answer is yes, we coordinate and we understand that. I'm not 100% sure about when you talk about retrofitting and ADA compliance, technically, new facilities have to meet the current standards. I don't know what, older infrastructure, what that threshold is. There's certain things that they have to do that trigger upgrades. So I don't know the technical part of that. I do know that when we look at intersections and other improvements, part of the discussion is trying to prioritize those intersections that have higher levels of pedestrian activity. The signals are in near or at the end of their useful functionalness, functional lifespan. And so those are things that we do consider in that. And, there is limited resources on availability to improve intersections. But I think maybe, those might be better questions to discuss the following department heads after me, but we do coordinate regularly on those sort of items.
Thank you. I figured it impacted all of you. So thank you.
Other second round questions from council members? I'll ask one. Well, council member Scambolery.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. This is a question that some of us posed in our budget document to the administration. And I wasn't in a meeting with you, so I'm not sure if it got answered. Does the city expect to be able to fully implement the transportation plan high priority bicycle network within the specified 6-year timeframe? If not, what's the expected timeframe?
Well, there'll be a meeting scheduled by staff, I believe, on November 17th that will start sharing some evaluation of the comprehensive plan metrics as well as the transportation plan metrics. I believe on the second or third slide, I provided a quick snapshot of the transportation plan implementation, and there were 3 bars that were kind of below 50%. So yeah, there's more work to do. I will say that both the comprehensive plan and transportation plan are ambitious. The goal plan should be ambitious. I like to point to, when JFK wanted to put somebody on the moon, that's a pretty ambitious goal. I don't think they met their timeline, but they did it. So again, I think it's okay to be ambitious and hold ourselves to aggressive timelines, and we need to pursue that. So I don't have an answer for you. Is 6 years or 7 years the right timeline? I do know that there's an expectation that there might be, with this infrastructure bill coming forward and the MPO I talked about, there might be some available funding in the future. So that plays into the mix. But speaking on other council members' questions on traffic signals and other things, I think it's a balancing act of how many priorities we want to pursue.
Okay, thank you very much. And I would follow up by saying, I'm pretty sure the landing on the moon was meant to be done in this decade, and it was, so they did it. Next question from Councilmember Scambolery.
Yes, thank you. During the discussions around the UDO, I asked about planned unit developments, PUDs, and the work being done now around potential annexation has gotten me thinking about that again. Good job on all the cleanup work that was done with PUDs. I'm one of the 5. I live in one of the 5 remaining PUDs in town. But I'm wondering, are we becoming PUD averse? Is that an option we want to use less going forward? Does the annexation of different areas change that? Could you just comment on your thoughts on how we need to be using that option going forward?
Thank you, Councilmember Scambolery. Yes, we're not PUD adverse. If you look at best practices and opportunities to update your code, there's best practices out there. One of the things that might be a red flag is how many PUDs you have in the book. We had a lot, 119. A lot of them were very old, and some of them weren't even technically legal anymore. So that's to say we're PUD adverse is not accurate. PUDs, if you look at our current UDO, they're supposed to be truly unique and special. And what I think has happened, to be frank, in the past is people sought PUDs as a way to not meet the standards and negotiate their way out of trying to meet development standards and create something that might be a little bit unique. I can't say that's true for, that's not true for all the PUDs, but I think that's created an expectation of ways to get out of the UDO. So I'm hopeful that the UDO is not that old right now. I want to be able to evaluate how it's doing and the standards we're looking at. We can tweak the standards. But PUDs also are time consuming to administer. Most of the PUDs that council continues to see are existing ones that people continually amend time and time again. It's not a fresh new PUD. There's only a very few that have come forward, largely because there isn't a lot of vacant land left in the community. The land that is vacant was already zoned PUD. Question on the county, I don't have a good idea because I have no idea what will be annexed. We'll follow a similar process that we did with the city, where assessing the status of their PUDs and what have you. But to say that we're PUD adverse, I don't think is an accurate statement. That's certainly an option on the table. We can make it harder or easier for PUDs, and that would take a change to the current standards right now.
Very helpful. Thank you.
Other questions? Okay, Councilmember Piedmont Smith, followed by Rallo, followed by Councilmember Flaherty.
Thank you. I wanted to ask about your report. It was mentioned in your memo that one of your goals is to respond to the vast majority of your reports in a timely manner. The community seems to have a love-hate relationship with your reports. Sometimes they work well, sometimes they're extremely frustrating. Can you talk about the most frequent ones your department deals with, and whether it points to maybe some room for improvement, either in policy or in enforcement mechanisms?
Oh, great, Councilmember Piedmont Smith. I wish I knew that answer off the top of my head on the types of complaints. I'm just going to guess, but I'd prefer to maybe get back to you on that one. A large majority are probably fences, parking on the grass, and then planning. Sometimes we just get a lot because people don't know which department to tag. So unfortunately, some of the U reports kind of get bounced around from department to department. But those are the ones that kind of come to mind. Are those two. We typically don't get too many more, but I really need to check with my enforcement team to see if they can do an assessment on, the top 2 or 3.
Well, we last summer we passed some legislation to tighten up the regulations on leaving sidewalks open when construction happens. Do you know whether the regulations have been effective? Have there been fewer complaints about walkarounds in construction zones?
That would be something that you'd have to hold off on until the engineering department. They're responsible for code enforcement in the right of way, not planning and transportation. We look at on-site code enforcement issues.
Okay, thank you.
Is it my turn? Mr. Robinson, so I'm still struggling with this disconnect between your department agreeing that owner occupancy is an important goal and what tools, if any, are available to us, which seem to be scant or none. I was intrigued by Councilmember Scambaluri's question about PUDs, because PUDs require a demonstrable public good that allows the council to have some negotiating leverage. And that this could be employed for owner occupancy, in the sense that I understand the legal hurdles for owner occupancy, but we could encourage certain structures. So we could encourage, obviously multifamily, a large multifamily apartment building are going to be rentals, but condominiums could be part of the mix, or single family homes could be part of the mix. So are PUDs useful for perhaps finding ways to incentivize owner occupancy just in terms of structure?
Thanks for your question, Councilmember Rallo. Again, I'm fairly confident that we would be forbidden by law to regulate ownership. We cannot.
I'm not talking about ownership. I'm talking about the structure itself.
I'm not finishing answering my question, please.
Yep.
the structure shouldn't matter. If you're talking about ownership, if it's an apartment or a condo or a house or an ADU, we can regulate the ownership of one unit of the ADU. But when you start getting into requiring a condominium, there's nothing that we can legally do that says that it has to be owner occupied.
Yes, I understand.
And it's the same thing with a house. You can't legally require it to be owner occupied. They can rent it. So as much as we can try
Yes,
to
I understand
manage
that.
or dictate the type of structure, we still can't regulate the ownership.
I understand
And
that. But we could encourage those structures which are more than likely to be rental, to be owner occupied, as opposed to a large apartment building which can't be owned by the individual, one's apartment.
Yeah, again, I don't know if you could legally require an apartment building to be condoized, but again, I'd have to look into the legal aspects of that if that's what you're talking about.
All right, I think we've exhausted that. Thank you.
I wish I had an answer for you, but I really believe that there's some pretty strict laws on.
No, I think we're in agreement about those laws. I guess what I'm saying is that the type of structure might allow owner occupancy. And I know that we can't go on that basis, but having housing diversity is the important thing here. And PUDs seem to allow that. So I would encourage it.
Thank you. Councilmember Flaherty.
Thank you. I wanted to follow up on a thread that you mentioned, Mr. Robinson, about federal funding opportunities, particularly in the context of potential infrastructure investments. Intuitively for me, and we've talked about this a few times, it would seem that having conducted things like corridor studies of Third and Atwater, College and Walnut, and perhaps design charrette about the shared street recommendation from the transportation plan with Kirkwood, even if we don't have the money or funds to implement all three of those things starting next year or late, or say 2023, having those studies ready and completed so that we know where we want to go would be strategically advantageous if federal funds become available. But I guess I want to know, A, is that accurate? And B, I guess I feel like I've heard from you that it doesn't quite work that way. So I'm trying to figure out how it does work. Go ahead.
Thank you, Councilmember Flaherty. I'm saying it's not possible. I just think it's challenging. My experience with the last stimulus package back in 2008, I believe, it was very difficult to meet the regulations to leverage those transportation funds for that type of project. So typically, when you look at a study, the next step would be, okay, we need to do surveying and engineering designs, and that takes time. And then that may or may not include property acquisition, and that can be very lengthy. And so often what happens with stimulus money is there's a very short window that you have to leverage that, activate it to put it into place. So best case scenario, if you had and you're talking about pretty large projects here, I'm not sure we could have something quote unquote ready to go in the window that we're talking about. Now with the MPO and future funding there's certainly opportunities to look at that. I would like to point out that we're currently engineering in the city is currently looking at the hospital redevelopment. We have some efforts underway there. There might be some projects in there that would be could be eligible, and what that would do is maybe free up one pot of money locally that we could put towards other projects. But to kind of have a pre-built plan or studies ready to go for stimulus, I'm not sure that would be the best course of action right now. Given the time and money that we need to have to do that.
Is it because we need to be several steps further down the line that we need to basically have designs, full engineering studies and designs ready to go to typically access stimulus money like that in your experience?
Yes, typically you have to have it pretty much ready to bid or close to bid. And then typically those projects that are in the pipeline right now, we've already have secured the funding. So again, in the past, you couldn't really trade one for another. There had to be, there were some steps you had to go through to do that. So it's pretty challenging to kind of find those projects, to do, but I don't want to take it off the table. It's not impossible, but that's just my experience.
Thank you.
Councilmember Volan, did I see your hand? No. Other questions? Muted myself while I was talking. I think we can now go to the public, see if there's anyone who wants to comment on the planning and transportation plan budget. I think Mr. Lucas will explain how to do so.
Yes, and I see a few hands raised already. For members of the public that would wish to comment, you can indicate your desire to do so by using the raise hand function. Depending on the device you're on, you may need to click the reactions button to find that. Some folks may need to click the participants button, and that pulls up a sidebar where you will find the raise hand option. For some mobile users, it may be under the more button. And I believe if you've called in via telephone, you can dial *9. And if all of that fails you and you're able to send a message via chat to let us know you'd like to comment, we can recognize you that way. And first up, excuse me, Councilmember Rosenbarger, I don't know if you had a time limit for commenters.
Oh, yes, we've been doing 2 minutes.
Thank you. And first, I believe, is Deborah Meyerson, who should now be able to comment.
Thank you. I appreciate Mr. Robinson's presentation and the council members' questions. I'm going to try and pack in a few different comments in a short amount of time. One is I appreciate Council Member Piedmont Smith about the housing strategy to different departments. I just wanted to note that while certainly the UDO represents what the city can do with land, multiple components across, frankly, where different departments are. Am I phrasing? Okay.
You did cut out for a second, yes.
Okay, I'll try and monitor that. Anyway, just giving, for example, the various studies that have been done. ROI is focusing on workforce housing. The RDG housing study for the city has a lot of great data, but doesn't explore as deeply into policy. What the hand department does deals with subsidy, whereas what the UDO is more to support supply. So a housing strategy is going to help bring these different components together, certainly drawing on existing documents, but and even to identify where gaps may still exist. We've got the Heading Home Plan dealing with homelessness. Again, a lot of different great documents, but we need a way to look for consistency. Comment 2 about complete streets. That's something that has been brought up in previous plans. Both the comprehensive plan and the Bloomington transportation plan both have commitments to a complete streets policy. The Bloomington MPO does have a complete streets policy. The city of Bloomington does not. And a complete streets policy is one that ensures or works for policies to make streets for everyone, designed and operated to enable safe access for all users. And certainly the corridor studies that we're talking about will help promote that as well. I think the complete streets policy is an important thing not to lose sight of, and want to encourage that as part of this coming budget year. And then 2 more points. This is kind of complete streets related.
Mrs. Meyerson, I'm sorry, you're at the end of your 2 minutes.
Okay, sorry,
Yes.
I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, next commenter.
Next up is Greg Alexander.
Hello,
Welcome,
thanks.
Greg.
Sorry. My name is Greg Alexander. With only a few exceptions, I have seen a ton of really great work from the Planning and Transportation Department. I couldn't possibly cover all of it, but just to pick the tiniest example, air quality at my house is awful because the road in front of it. And you see tonight, they are working to monitor and report on that. That's awesome. I have one request, which echoes a request from council members over the years. I wish there would be more regular and more straightforward reports about our current status and about our progress on transportation goals. I really have to emphasize this is an incredibly difficult request. The obvious staff work of visiting old plans and developing and evaluating metrics is significant, but that's only one part of the challenge. The hardest part is that an honest report will be critical. Sometimes plans are handicapped by decisions or oversights within other departments such as engineering, public works, or parks and rec. Interdepartmental coordination is hard. and airing those tensions in public is even harder, but consciously directed change requires accountability and transparency. It's even harder than that, though, because an honest report on pedestrian transportation must necessarily criticize electeds, such as the mayor and you all. The core fact that needs to be acknowledged is that the most basic requirement, sidewalks, aren't even being funded, while these departments are being given a mandate to somehow implement progressive excellence without even enough funding for the basics. There should be no shame in admitting the fact that we are finding change to be difficult. The last 70 years of auto-centered development actually happened. Our good intentions today will not erase the consequences of that past. The material problem of improving our infrastructure is huge. In order to make headway, we need all of the roles to be filled, including the role of oversight. Planning and transportation needs to critically report on all of our current challenges, even the ones that originate politically or in other departments. I know this is an unfair thing to ask, but I ask it nonetheless because people are dying in the streets. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. Next up.
Next is Mark Fig.
Good evening, Mark Fig, Fig Property Group. I just have a few comments I want to make regarding the planning transportation. You talk a lot about housing stock and, the need for owner occupant properties. And I will just say that we've done tons of housing studies now on multiple levels. I've been involved in most of them. It's clear we need housing of all types and we need it now. There's a market for owner occupant housing. The market will take care of that owner occupant construction and development. The major problem is the city of Bloomington does not have a lot of land really earmarked for that type of property. I know there are some, and I'm sure they're in play now. So I do urge the council when it comes to annexation to be bold and do that, because I don't think we're going to solve our housing problem until we get some more property in the city under city zoning control and infrastructure to match. Again, the private market will build that housing. You just got to have a place to do it. The best thing the city can do is to work on, the infrastructure to match those things and to incentivize single family ownership, being gentle on infrastructure to development. I'm not saying skimp, but don't make all the infrastructure go in all up front. That's a disincentive for a developer. Try to do it in phases as done in the past. You can bond for those things. So I would just add that in terms of PUDs, big sites usually lend themselves to PUDs, and that should be able to be on the table. I will commend the UDO and this body for making that happen. It does densify and make things possible. I don't like having design police. I can tell you people have different view of architecture, and ugly is pretty to somebody. So we just need to try to manage it as best we can. And I think the current system does that okay. And again,
thank you very much, Mr. Fig. I'm sorry, it's been 2 minutes. Thank you very much.
2 minutes is too fast.
Quick. Okay, any other public comments?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay, I think we can now go back to council members for more questions. Start with more questions if we have any after public comment. Okay, I'm not seeing any hands, so we can go into debate and discussion. Would anyone like to comment? Councilmember Flaherty?
Yes, sure. I know I came in late, so I have more work to do in a review. Though I've read things and looked at the presentation. Just wanted to comment on a handful of things. I'm going to abstain tonight because I'm still doing research and engaging in some back and forth with the administration about priorities and how well we're doing with our plans. I will say I would like to know the answer before November 17th about the high priority bicycle network. I understand that we have, just like the Economic Sustainable Development Department, we may not get all that information we want in time for the budget cycle, but when there are specific questions, like a number of us submitted prior to the budget hearings, I think getting those answered ideally before these meetings would be really helpful. It's hard for me to make priorities and good decisions if we aren't getting questions answered. So I need I hope for that information in the next few weeks sometime. Let's see. On housing, I look forward to reviewing the information about the ADU priorities. I think there's a variety of things we could take there and maybe want to continue the conversation a little bit. Just a few comments on housing. I agree we need housing diversity in this community, and I think that will help deliver more opportunities of both ownership and rental. I think it's worth noting that rental housing numbers in this community are actually, if you take out the student population who are overwhelmingly renters, we're actually pretty much on par with the rest of the country. We're not different. We have a normal rental and ownership rate among non-student population. Interesting news fact, California just allowed duplexes in the entire state, every residential piece of land everywhere, to try to increase supply, add ownership opportunities. I know we've started down that path just barely. Hopefully we can make some progress there. Another interesting fact, I live in a condo, what some people might call a large multifamily building. We have a much higher owner occupancy rate than the city as a whole. I think the housing strategy, and I think Ms. Meyerson made really compelling points about that, and want to continue to pursue that with planning and transportation in hand. I think our documents and strategies such as they are have gaps and aren't unified. And I think in particular, some of these regulatory changes around duplexes, as well as the formation of a community land trust, should absolutely be part of that strategy. And we're not going to know how to leverage and capitalize on that if it's not part of a plan. So I want to continue to push for that. And I will leave it at that for tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Flaherty. Councilmember Rollo?
Yeah, picking up on Councilmember Flaherty's remarks. Yes, we do have a large student population, and they set the market rent. So we end up with those who are renting paying exorbitantly high rents, and that consists of a rent trap. And so there's no way they can get out of that trap. And the past few housing studies I've seen have indicated that people are looking for single family homes, but they can't find them. So what we have, I think what we've aided in this, I'm afraid to say, our city government is a rentier class that is extracting wealth from the community. Many of these people don't live in the community. And if you rent, you have less disposable income that could be used to build wealth in the community. And you're not building equity for that matter. So I'm afraid Mr. Robinson is correct. I think that we don't have many options available to us without entering into legal trouble by offering incentives. And we've made matters worse, I think, because by throwing away zoning requirements for single family homes, we lost that form as a requirement in areas. And that does two things. One is it converts single family homes because of profitability to rent it. And the other is that we just simply, we've given up on that form of housing. Now, am I confident that the market will solve our problems? No, not entirely. I think the market can it certainly acts to increase its profitability, but I don't think that it necessarily will do a public good. So I sort of abandon hope there. So we are in a quandary. I think that we're basically subjecting quite a lot of our residents to this rent trap, and there may be financial ways out. I don't know. There may be ways in which we can develop a down payment for people so they can be paying a mortgage instead of a monthly rent. So that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Rollo. Councilmember Piedmont Smith?
Yes, I'm really pleased to see that some guidance for people who want to create ADUs is planned for next year and some funds in the budget to do that. As far as the corridor studies that are in our transportation plan, I agree with Councilmember Flaherty that 3rd Street and Atwater should be priority over College and Walnut because of the safety issues that are clear in that corridor. I would respectfully disagree with Director Robinson that this is not the right time to pursue the Kirkwood Avenue as a shared street. I think it's exactly the right time to do that because people have been experiencing the street very differently. And this is an opportunity to say, well, let's look at the longer term and how can we make this street safer and more user-friendly for everybody. And finally, I will be abstaining from this budget because, as Councilmember Flaherty pointed out, there are some questions that were submitted several weeks ago that we have not gotten answers to, and those would impact my decision on the budget. So I'll be passing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Volan.
Yeah, several thoughts. First of all, I'm starting to come around to the argument that Third and Atwater is more important than Walnut and College because of the pedestrian deaths there, 3 of them. And it's just, I mean, I get why College and Walnut, I mean, it's a close call. I think that they both should be done as soon as possible, but the department can only do so much. I agree with Councilmember Piedmont Smith about the idea of a shared street, about looking at Kirkwood as a shared street, but I feel like Third and Atwater is more important right now, simply put. And frankly, College and Walnut have been, you know, we've needed to re-examine both of those for a long time. They're important too. So we have to pick which one is going to be done first. You know, I don't want to relitigate the whole plexus debate, but Councilman Baralo's characterization of it is surprising to me, even though I shouldn't be surprised by it. He says people are looking for single family homes. Certain people are looking for single family homes. Most people are looking for someplace they can afford. They don't, you know, single family home is a luxury. It's a luxury that, you know, America's made the mistake of thinking was indefinitely possible. Sure, everyone's looking for a single family home, but they settle for what they can find. What they need to find is affordable housing. We need to be thinking more strongly about making buildings into condos, making denser buildings into condos. But you know, having stock, encouraging condominiums so that people can buy a place that's not as expensive as a single family home. So I didn't want to relitigate this tonight. This is about the planning department budget. I think the planning department budget is adequate. I mean, the only way we could do those corridor studies at this point is to increase staff beyond, you know, what's feasible. So, I mean, I'm generally supportive of the way the planning functions. They do good work. If only other departments would listen to what they say, that there might be a more coherent policy across the city. So with that, I'll be supporting the budget tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments from council members? I'll just do one quickly. I plan to abstain tonight. I think I still have some questions and want to take a deeper look to just really see if some of the priorities from the transportation plan that, you know, and goals we're potentially not meeting can be added in. Also, something I didn't talk about, but Mr. Robinson, you brought up that we're a Vision Zero city, I think. So I want to touch on a little bit of what we've done in terms of Vision Zero implementations and what we're planning for 2022. I'm a huge fan of the goal of 0 traffic deaths in a year. I think that's really important. I'll just stop there for tonight. And I think if there's nobody else we can do, go ahead and move to a roll call vote for a due pass recommendation. I will just call people as I see them on the screen. Councilmember Sandberg.
Yes.
Councilmember Scambilleri.
Yes.
Councilmember Smith.
Yes.
Councilmember Flaherty.
Yes, I'm sorry, abstain.
Councilmember Volan.
Yes.
Councilmember Sims,
Yes.
Councilmember Rallo,
Yes.
Councilmember Piedmont Smith,
Abstain.
and I will also abstain. So that is 603 for planning and transportation budget. Okay, Mr. Robinson, thank you so much for being with us tonight. That was lovely.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson.
Up next, we have the budget for engineering, and Director Andrew Seabour is here to present. Welcome, and you can get started when you're ready.
Great, thank you. Let me load my presentation here. All right, can you see my slide?
Yes.
Perfect, thank you. All right, good evening, council members. I'm Andrew Seabour, the city engineer and the director of the engineering department. I look forward to providing you with an overview of the engineering department and our 2022 budget proposal. The engineering department was established as the standalone department in 2021 based on a recommendation of an organizational assessment. The newly created engineering department coordinates closely with planning and transportation and public works to achieve a safe, accessible, efficient, equitable, and sustainable transportation system. The engineering 2022 budget includes 10.5 full-time equivalent employees. The department shares resources with planning and transportation, especially administrative staff support. The proposed budget includes a new part-time administrative assistant position to enhance our administrative capacity. We divide the department into a capital projects division and a right-of-way management division. I will describe those two divisions in more detail later in this presentation. Administration, technical training, accountability, and community engagement are items that are a part of all that we do. For example, these items include managing project websites, facilitating monthly project coordination meetings, supporting a large number of boards and commissions, and attending and hosting community meetings. A few major initiatives of our department include managing use and work within the right-of-way, addressing transportation-related inquiries from the public, and implementing the city's transportation plan. The transportation plan is referenced regularly when reviewing and developing city-led capital projects and private projects that impact the public right-of-way. This and the following two slides illustrates the budget goals as they were listed in the 2021 budget presentations. These lists highlight many of the initiatives the department is responsible for, but is not a comprehensive list of all that we do. The engineering department coordinates with planning and transportation, public works, and others to identify future projects based on data and plans, such as complete street scoring, the transportation plan, and infrastructure age and condition to ensure that limited resources are distributed throughout the city. As we continue to build new transportation infrastructure, we are becoming more mindful of the different and increased maintenance needs the city is responsible for. This should be anticipated in this and future year Public Works and Parks and Recreation Department budget requests. 2021 has already been a very busy year with a number of projects like the 7 line starting construction. Engineering has issued 11 new contracts so far, ranging from the design of the Bloomington Hospital Site Redevelopment Phase 1 East Infrastructure Project to a small landscape planning contract. In 2021, we also started utilizing a new Title 12 ordinance that deals with the use of the right-of-way. The new ordinance enhanced our ability to educate and enforce city requirements for work within the public right-of-way. As with all major changes, this effort continues to result in refinements to our processes and identification of opportunities to further enhance our tools. Engineering is currently working with other departments, such as ITS, to develop technology and tools to better track and measure many of our goals. In addition to better reporting, I'm hopeful that these tools will also streamline workflow for staff and customers. Now looking ahead to the 2022 budget and the department's primary activities. The capital projects team is the division that implements our city-led transportation infrastructure projects. This work includes design, right-of-way acquisition, bidding, and construction oversight of projects. These multimodal projects implement the city's transportation plan and requires close coordination with multiple internal and external stakeholders. Many of our 2022 goals remain consistent from 2021. For example, we will continue to initiate a series of new transportation improvement projects. Some of the new projects will include signal enhancements and protected bicycle lanes on West 2nd Street from the B line to Walker, crosswalk enhancement projects throughout the city, and a curb ramp accessibility improvement project downtown. Each of those projects I just listed will leverage federal funding awarded and programmed through the Metropolitan Planning Organization. Additionally, engineering is leading the Phase 1 East infrastructure project as a part of the city's larger goal to implement the hospital site redevelopment master plan. It's our goal that construction of this project will start next year. Given recent questions pertaining to the city's investment in bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure, the engineering department compiled this graph, which illustrates the annual capital project spending and the proportion of each year's spending on bicycle and pedestrian facilities. I want to highlight two important items to be aware of while reviewing this information. First, the overall spending amounts illustrated as blue bars include federal funding, council sidewalk funding, grants, bonds, TIF, and engineering's annual capital project funding, which is typically comprised of a combination of general fund, alternative transportation, and cumulative capital development. Engineering's annual capital outlay budget is a small proportion of total project spending. The percent, and then number two, the percent pedestrian and bicycle facility split is an estimate, and the estimate could be debated on a project by project basis. However, I believe the estimate is sufficient to highlight funding split proportions and trends. So with these two important notes in mind, I'd like to highlight three conclusions from this slide. First, the engineering department capital project expenditures come from a number of sources, and we leverage the annual budget request to the maximum extent possible. Two, yearly project spending can vary significantly depending on a few large projects and the successful award of outside funding sources. And finally, number three, the department has realized a significant trend in increasing active transportation mode investment from less than 20% of all engineering spending in 2014 to over 70% in 2020. Now, the right-of-way management division issues and monitors right-of-way use permits and outdoor seating permits. It investigates and addresses transportation-related inquiries from the public, and it analyzes and collects traffic counts and crash data. Like capital projects, our right-of-way management division goals remain similar to those highlighted for the current year. Some new goals or changes to existing goals include increasing our expectation for responding to right-of-way permit applications promptly from 90 to 95% within 2 weeks. And number two, holding ourselves accountable for ensuring all public improvement bonds associated with new subdivisions are kept active 100% of the time until the new facilities are accepted into the city's maintenance inventory. The engineering department is still relatively new, and our overall 2022 budget proposal is similar to 2021 with a 6% overall decrease. Some of the specific highlights of significance include adding a new part-time administrative assistant position, as previously mentioned, an increase in other services and charges, primarily driven by a $30,000 request to renew our on-call service contract for engineering assistance with traffic signal operation expertise, and a 26% decrease in capital outlays. While this is a significant decrease, I want to reemphasize that these funds are only a portion of our capital project funds. The funds shown in this budget request will primarily be used to provide the local match necessary to leverage federal funding. I also want to highlight that $550,000 in Recover Forward Phase 3 American Rescue Plan Act funds are proposed to supplement the typical engineering department annual budget funding sources. These funds will be specifically targeted towards Phase 1 priority bicycle network facilities identified in the transportation plan. I estimate this to translate into the construction of 3 segments of the proposed neighborhood greenway system. This slide captures the engineering department budget summary in a table format. As previously mentioned, the 2022 budget reflects an overall decrease of 6% compared to 2021. And again, in addition to our budget summary, $550,000 in ARPA funds are proposed in 2022. Thank you for your time and consideration of this budget, which we believe aligns with the city's stated goals as identified in the transportation plan and comprehensive plan. Thank you again, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Seymour. That was great. Now we will entertain questions from council. Okay, it looks like first up we have Councilmember Rallo. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Council Chair Rosenberger. Mr. Seymour, welcome back. I haven't seen you personally since you've come back, but I'm happy that you've chosen to come back to us. I have a question regarding, as an engineer, you're focused, I think, primarily on what could be called gray infrastructure. So streets, sidewalks, bike paths, curbs, and then we have stormwater engineers that put in pipes and so forth. And then there's a green infrastructure that could be integrated with the gray infrastructure. So say, green buffers, obviously tree plantings, rain gardens, maybe detention areas. And I think we could optimize those areas for ecological diversity and for the actual purpose of, say, mitigating stormwater and things like that. I wondered about, do you do that in-house? Do you coordinate with, say, planning and transportation? Do you Parks and Rec? I would note that Rebecca Swift, who I mentioned last night, has extraordinary talent in this regard. The plantings downtown are really remarkable for native species. So do you do that in-house? Do you coordinate with other departments? How does it happen?
Great question. I would say there's a lot of coordination. I think a big part of what the engineering department does is coordinate with other departments. I think when it comes to those type of items you listed, we coordinate closely with CBU as an example. 7 Line is a great project that's under construction, and there's a number of rain gardens that are part of that project. So that's something that we work with them on, and they're actually helping to fund some of those. We also work regularly with Parks and Recreation to identify tree species, plantings, where we can install them, how many, that type of thing. Related, I think worth mentioning is tomorrow I'm meeting with a few staff from ESD to talk about the hospital phase 1 East project and ways that we can implement sustainable features within the transportation infrastructure area. So I think from my perspective, it's a team approach, and a lot of those projects also we hire experts and that also bring things to the table. So it's probably not necessarily it's not all in-house at all. I guess that's the answer.
I see, but it sounds like you're actively working in this regard.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's great news. Thanks.
Thank you. Other questions? Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Seymour. I was fascinated by the chart that you had, which showed spending and the percentage spent on bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure. Could you put that back up, please? Because I didn't quite understand the difference between the blue bars and the yellow dots.
Sure, just one. All right, I can't see you now, but can you see that slide?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, so the blue bar represents total dollars spent in a given calendar year. The yellow dot represents of that total spent money, what came from our general fund, alternative transportation, and CD and 601. So it just tries to illustrate that, roughly between, let's say, around $1 million, let's say, on an average of combined funding of those sources to help. That's a part of the blue bar. Does that help? Did I explain that already?
Yeah, so I guess my question is, where does the rest of the money come from?
Yeah.
The substantial percentage is just in the blue bar. above
Absolutely.
the yellow dots.
Absolutely. A number of sources. I think some of the probably most significant sources would be the MPO, a lot of federal funding for a lot of our projects. And another big source would be a lot of the bonds that have gone through. I think from geo bonds to bicentennial bonds, just a series of bonds have certainly contributed. And then probably the other big significant contributor would be TIF funds. There's certainly other sources as well, but those I think can be pretty big dollar amounts from each of those funding sources.
And one last question on this. You mentioned bonds, so I'm wondering if Parks and Recs trails are counted in this.
That Parks and Rec trails, that would be projects constructed and administered by the engineering department. So mostly probably not, but an example right now would be Jackson Creek Trail. That is a project that was designed and run the whole process through the engineering department. So that would be reflected in this.
I'm sorry, so what's the determining factor whether parks projects are reflected here or not?
I guess this is really engineering department or engineering division related projects, things that we managed. And I don't know if there have been, I guess I don't, that's the big thing. What has been led through the engineering department?
Okay. Well, I might follow up with you just to better understand that. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Other questions from council members? Councilmember Scambolari.
Yes, thank you. Can you put that slide back up, please, Mr. Seaborn? Sorry.
Sure. No problem. I wish I could manage it better so I could see you guys when I do that.
Perfect. Thank you. So just to make sure I'm understanding what I'm seeing here, in the year 2020, just over what, $12 million was spent on capital projects in engineering's orbit. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And of that, roughly $2 million came from the 101, 454, and 601.
Correct.
And then the gray line is my remaining question. Am I reading correctly that those were bike and ped facilities? 70% of them were bike and ped facilities, or?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and just one more quick question. I don't know where I am on time. How do we decide where we're going to do traffic volume studies? What's that process?
Sure. Traffic volume studies are most commonly probably just generated from public inquiries to follow up as a part of a traffic related request. They also are done to supplement, helping us to identify projects or helping make decisions as we develop projects. I think as a good example, we have a new traffic calming guide that we follow. And as a part of that process, to help prioritize which projects or which applications should be prioritized, we use traffic count data. So we went out and collected data for those. So it could be a number of things, but probably honestly, the most common thing would be to help us in our technical evaluations in response to public inquiries.
Thank you. And you mentioned that there are, you hope to collect at least 40 traffic volume counts in 21. Now, are those all chosen already? Are they taking shape now? What are all the slots full, I guess is my question.
No, they are not full. And I guess, honestly, I don't have the number handy, but we are well on track to exceed that 40 number threshold. So, but yeah, I think we still have some capacity. I think key things that we look at when we're looking at traffic counts is summer counts aren't always going to get us the same results to reflect typical conditions. And then also in the winter, it can be tricky with the risk of snow or ice, and snow plows can cause some damage to our equipment. So we try to avoid those timeframes and holidays, but so really spring and fall, like right now we're in prime time for data collection.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Other questions from council members? Councilmember Flaherty.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Seaboard, for the presentation. First, just a clarification, did the alternative transportation fund used to be in your department and is no longer? Is that accurate?
Alternative transportation has typically been an engineering department, or at least portions of it. I think it's a shared fund with a number of departments, but it's always had a portion within engineering. I think, does that answer your question?
Yeah, and maybe I just don't understand that structure well enough. Is it still in the engineering department or is it across multiple?
It is
or shared?
Engineering definitely receives some funding from alternative transportation.
What's the total alternative transportation fund budget this year?
In 20, I'd have to look it up honestly off the top of my, I don't have that number memorized.
Okay, no problem. You don't have any money in your budget for a multi-use path from Clubhouse Drive to College Avenue for this year, do you?
No, I do not.
Okay, just checking, thanks. And when it comes, we discussed a little bit, I know your department's partially responsible for implementing the transportation plan. We discussed with Mr. Robinson a bit about the high priority bicycle network in particular, and whether or not we're on track. Do you think we're on track to meet the timelines established in the plan, or do you know?
Honestly, I suspect that we are behind the desired schedule if I'm being honest. I think that typically when new plans and programs are developed, I would expect there to be some lag to kick a new program off, to start the design, and it just takes time to really get things rolling. So I would say we are behind, but we are making progress. That would be my assessment.
Thank you. And do you think your department, working with others, will be able to tell us during this budget cycle what the expected completion timeline of that network is if we're not on time?
I think that it would be fair for us to try to get you more answers to your questions.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions from council members? Any second round? That's good. Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Yeah, I wanted to ask something that I had asked Mr. Robinson, and it seems to be more appropriate for you, Mr. Seaboard, which is you report or other complaints that come in about blocking sidewalks. Has that been less of a problem since we did the Title 12 revisions last year, or what can you tell us about that?
Sure, and maybe just so I can clarify, this is in relation to like a construction project or somebody closing off a sidewalk.
Yeah.
I guess I'm probably somewhat at an unfair advantage to answer this question since I wasn't around last year or the year before. But I guess I can at least state that I feel confident we have more tools at our disposal to respond to those requests. But I guess I would probably want to ask for some more time to actually see if we can do some digging in that data.
Yes, if you could find out, how many complaints there have been and how long it took to resolve them, I would appreciate that.
Sure.
Thanks.
Other questions from any council members? Okay, I think this is a good time for us. Okay, Councilmember Flaherty.
I'm sorry, thank you. I wasn't quick to jump in there because I didn't know there were more. I wanted to ask about the climate action plan, actually, Mr. Seaboard. I think we learned yesterday that I know it's a very large and comprehensive document with a lot of actions planned in an 8-year implementation timeframe. And I was wondering if anyone in your department is charged or tasked with implementing portions that may have a engineering component in terms of design priorities, funding priorities, staff capacity, all of that. I think my sense from last night was that there isn't staff capacity in ESD to handle the full transportation plan, but theoretically there could be if do you have specific actions from the climate action plan that you could list for us or name for us that your department's working on?
I probably don't have that type of information for you right now. I can at least report that actually earlier today there was essentially the city had a climate action team meeting to start to continue the conversations about those goals, and for various departments to provide updates on what they are doing to try to target some of those goals. And so I represented the engineering department as a part of that conversation. So I guess what I can say right now is that that is a topic on all of our agendas, and it is something being actively at least coordinated within all the different departments that could be affected.
Okay, thank you. I might have some follow-ups in writing about that, but I appreciate your answer.
Sure.
Any other questions right now from council members? Okay, let's take some time and go to the public for public comment. If anyone is out there and would like to comment, you can raise your hand and you will have 2 minutes. Mr. Lucas, do we have anyone so far?
Yes, I believe first up is Greg Alexander.
Okay, Mr. Alexander, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Greg Alexander. Man, there's so much to say. First, I got to give credit for a few projects that are really excellent. The intersection redesign at Adams and Kirkwood, for example, amazing. The 7 line is great too. On the other hand, I'm super excited that the responsibility for sidewalk enforcement has unambiguously moved out of hand and into engineering, but I sadly have to report that it hasn't worked yet. Several of my reports in July were marked as fixed, even though the trees are still blocking the sidewalk. But it's a pretty big change, and I think they do deserve a chance to figure out how it's going to work. Construction site inspection is in that same condition. The new changes to Title 12 are super promising, but it hasn't worked yet. There was a project by my house called the Bentley at 11th and College. It was in progress from January until this week. They were out of compliance even before their permit to work in the right of way was heard by the Board of Public Works. But engineering staff recommended approval even so. Then for the next 2 months, every single day, the workers were blocking the sidewalk in violation of that permit. And then for the last 2 months, from mid-June until mid-August, they again blocked the sidewalk every day in violation of that permit. I can't tell you what efforts were put in by engineering staff, but I can tell you it's not working yet. The contractor treated the sidewalks exactly the way they would have before the Title 12 change was passed. And then there's some projects that I'm really concerned about because we're just going with the status quo. For example, there's an upcoming side path project at 17th and Kinzer. It will actually increase the pedestrian crossing distance. That's horrible. Reducing that distance is the most fundamental intersection design principle for side paths. And this project that purports to put pedestrians first actually goes the other direction. Bad intersection design on side paths is still epidemic in our city. It is super discouraging to witness. So there's reason to be optimistic, especially with a brand new director. They deserve some time to work this out, but we need to be clear that we aren't there yet. People are still walking in the streets where the sidewalks are blocked. Thank
you, Mr. Alexander. Mr. Lucas, do we have anyone else?
I don't see any additional comments at the moment.
Okay, I think we can go back to council for debate and final comments. Would anyone like to speak? Councilmember Piedmont-Smith. Also, if we have other questions, of course, feel free to ask.
Yes, actually, I had a follow-up question that Mr. Alexander's comment reminded me of. So I actually learned just yesterday that, oops, I'm sorry, that it is the engineering department that is supposed to resolve situations where sidewalks are blocked with overgrowth and things like that. So I know this is a common problem. It is in my neighborhood and certainly in Mr. Alexander's neighborhood, as we've heard. So how does your department handle that? And are there any plans to possibly improve enforcement?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I had a feeling that it would come up today based on yesterday's conversation. I think the short answer is yes, engineering is responsible for those items. It actually falls in through Title 12, a different section of the right-of-way use that actually sort of relates to Parks and Recreation, but we have an agreement where engineering really takes that piece on. So essentially, the way something like that would work is if there's a particular location, I'd ask somebody to notify us through a year report or another means, and we would go out and evaluate it. Ultimately, it may result in us contacting that property owner who's responsible for maintaining the sidewalk and the clearance of that sidewalk. And I fully recognize that it is an issue throughout the city. So My team has actually more recently been starting to be more proactive in trying to identify ways to help educate the public on this, because frankly, my hunch is that a lot of residents don't even know what they're always responsible to do. So we've talked about putting together, and I think drafting press releases, creating door hangers. So we've had conversations with legal and parks and others to start that process. So part of it's education. That's always the preferred option. And then there's also enforcement and sending letters. So that's really how we're trying to manage that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Rallo.
Just following up on that, does that include things like sidewalk grinding when there's trees lift sections? And so you have this uneven nature, people trip?
I think that kind of topic, honestly, I think probably falls more to the public works department. So this gets where it's all very confusing on who is responsible for what. But essentially like a trip hazard or a heaved sidewalk, I think public works tends to be primarily responsible for coordinating those.
Okay, that will be for Adam Weason then, thank you.
Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Sorry, I thought of another follow-up. So is it legal for the city to actually cut back brush, or do you have to have the property owner do it? And then my follow-up to that is would it be legal for me or anybody else who's trying to walk down that sidewalk to cut the brush?
I guess whenever I hear the word legal, I get a little nervous. I'm being honest. But my suspicion is that it would be perfectly acceptable technically for the city to go ahead and cut that brush, or for you to go to your neighbors and to do that. But I would want to double check. But I guess when it comes to the city helping out in that capacity, that wouldn't be something necessarily that engineering could do, but the concern is always going to be capacity and staff and resources to be able to take that extra maintenance burden on.
Thank you.
And I think we had a comment come in, a public comment come in that Mr. Lucas will read to us.
Yes, thank you. I think there was a comment that someone was trying to submit and just took a bit longer. Sam Dove comments as follows. The road work on Highway 37 through 69 through Indianapolis, when will they be done with that road work? And that is the comment.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dove, for that comment. We can continue on with council. Mr. Seaboard, if you want to speak, if you could answer the question about 69 and 37.
And I guess if I'm being honest, I don't know the details of that project because it's outside our county, so I've not been actively managing it.
Thank you so much. So back to council for debate, final comments on the engineering budget. Councilmember Flaherty.
Thank you. Thank you again, Mr. Seaboard, for the presentation and for all the work you and your staff do. I'm going to abstain tonight. I feel like I don't have enough information yet. I feel like also a number of departmental budgets have interactions with each other, and I'm still sort of tracking down how that's sorting out and how it might impact my budget priorities in terms of staffing capacity, funding priorities, et cetera. So definitely would like to get those questions answered that were submitted July 1. And I probably have, I will definitely have more written questions following up on the budget meetings here, just like we did last year. A few thoughts from the presentation and discussion. I think when it comes to spending figures in terms of bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure, I applaud the efforts to increase percentages over the last, over Mayor Hamilton's term. But I think the picture presented on that slide is very, very far from being a complete picture. To start, we've got 30+ million bonded for parking garages to subsidize driving, single occupancy vehicle use. We've got annual subsidies for parking, surface lots, spending on traffic signals, snow plowing, street sweeping, pothole filling, repaving, which is like 2 point something million, I forget offhand. The list goes on and on and on, the ways that we prioritize automobiles still in spending. And even using things like gas tax for leaf collection, which is not very logical, I don't think, in terms of spending what that money could or should be used for, given the source. And of course, what we also have to keep in mind on top of that is that we've had, 70 plus years of pretty much automobile dominated infrastructure. We are in such a massive hole that it will, of course, take a seismic and shift and sea change to meet our goals. And so the absolute number doesn't really mean anything to me. What means something to me, what I'm interested in, is, are we achieving our established city goals? Whether or not we're implementing projects and programs within the expected timelines of our plans. And sadly, most recently, I'm wondering whether we're following our adopted plans as opposed to ignoring them. A quick note on the climate action plan. Mr. Seaborn mentioned an internal climate team meeting. The council member is supposed to have a representative at that meeting, according to the climate action plan. I emailed about that just recently, having realized that recommendation hadn't been implemented yet since we approved the plan in April. Hopefully we'll hear back more. Mr. Crowley promised to get back to me about it. And this council can then decide who they would like to be a member of that team. But I still would like to learn more and know more about exactly how we're going to implement the 266 actions in the climate action plan in the 8-year implementation timeframe. So I'll be asking about that in the context of transportation and many other departments. Thank you again. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much. Other comments, Council Member Rollo?
Mr. Seaborn, thank you for your presentation. I think that you are really very talented in terms of integrating bike and pedestrian infrastructure with our current infrastructure. And I've seen a lot of proof of that before, and you left and after you returned. And I just want to extend my thanks. I know that, the Sarah Road multi-use path, which cost several $1 million, is an integral part of bike and pedestrian infrastructure, is now completed. That intersection improvement at Morris Pike and Sarah Road, the bicycle paths on bicycle lanes on College Mall Road, and now the 7th Street bike route is pretty extraordinary. So I think we're very well placed to have this department integrate what we all want, which is a very integrated and robust biking and ped infrastructure. So I'll be supporting your budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Other council member comments? 3, 2, 1. Okay, I think we can consider the due pass recommendation on the engineering budget. I will call the roll backwards from what I'm seeing. Council Member Volan?
Yes.
Council Member Flaherty?
Abstain.
Council Member Sims?
Yes.
Council Member Smith?
Yes.
Council Member Piedmont Smith?
Yes.
Council Member Rollo?
Yes.
Council Member Scambalori?
Yes.
Council Member Sandberg?
Yes.
And I will abstain. So we have 702 on the engineering budget. Thank you very much, Mr. Seaborn, for being here tonight with us. Great seeing you again.
Thank you all.
Okay, and now continuing on to the Public Works portion of the evening. Mr. Wason is joining us. Hello, and he will be with us for the rest of the night, so welcome. We can start with Public Works Administration whenever you're ready. I think you have 10 minutes for everything, and then Streets has 15.
All righty. Can everybody hear me okay? Awesome.
Yes, and we
All
see
right.
your screen.
Excellent. Adam Wason, Public Works Director for the City of Bloomington, here tonight. Once again, I'll be the final act in the marathon that is the budget presentations for the week. From my quick math, it seems as though the entire council can hear the budget presentations from all of my department head colleagues in about the same amount of time it takes Councilmember Flaherty to run 100 miles through the Colorado mountains. We're up to just about 17 hours for the week, and learning of his recent accomplishments, it's quite similar. It's always an honor and a privilege to be in front of you. While we quickly look back at the last year of all that we've been doing in public works, but also while looking at the year ahead. It's been a year of great challenges and even tragedy in public works. This past year has been one of the most trying in my entire in my entire career. I'd be completely remiss tonight to not start by recognizing the public service of two public works employees who left us this year. Lisa Bolin was a longtime city employee in the public works, fleet maintenance, and street divisions. She was cheerful and a wonderful person to work with, and we're sorry we've lost her. Doug Deckard, a parking enforcement officer, was also lost way too soon. We in Public Works continue to send our condolences to each of their families. I'd also like to thank several employees for their long and dedicated service to the city and wish them the best in their retirement. Stanley LaPasa, Mark Arnold, Greg Hupp, Daniel James, Daryl Rubel, and Mike Stinson will all be retiring from the street department this year. Nadine Eubanks, she was a 16-year animal control officer for the Animal Care and Control Division. Roy Bruce worked for over 10 years at the Sanitation Division. John Hartman worked for parking enforcement and facilities over his career. With those employees, over 150 years were provided in service to the city. I know I speak for all of our staff in Public Works when I wish them the absolute best in their retirement. I'd also be remiss not to note one additional city retirement, and that's former Deputy Mayor Mick Reneisen. Mick was not only a great colleague, but also a great friend and mentor. So I wish them all their best in their retirement. Now, moving on to the past year and the year ahead. I'd be lying through my teeth if I didn't tell you that it's been a really, really challenging year. The roughly 135 employees of the Public Works Department have shown up each and every day, even throughout these challenges. We've provided all the services that we always have, and I'm quite proud to be on the team with all of these staff members. For the Public Works Administrative Division in particular, we're the division that offers administrative services through to the 6 other divisions of Public Works, as well as to the Board of Public Works in their biweekly meetings. We're 6 full-time employees, and our major initiatives in 21 include continued efforts at modernization and the uses of technology and asset management and all of the things that we do. 2021 budget goal updates. We're working on many things, including sidewalk improvements and lighting upgrades. By the end of 2021, 56 streetlights will have been converted to LED. And that's a total of 221 since 2016 that we've upgraded in our partnership with Duke Energy. All city, I'm also proud to announce that all city-owned streetlights have been converted to 100% LED technology. For the Board of Public Works, as I mentioned, we meet bi-weekly. The Board of Public Works meetings are often robust in the amount of preparation that it takes to bring each meeting forward. For the board is considered the chief administrative body of the city for all departments that are non-public safety and non-parks. They approve all public uses of the right-of-way, or private uses of the public right-of-way, all special events, noise permits, and so much more. Updating our field reconnaissance project is another big part of what we've been doing. Our pavement, sidewalks, ADA curb ramps are all scheduled to be updated in 2021. And we're quite proud of all of our efforts of digitizing and using technology in the field to update our asset management efforts. On to our 2022 budget goals. You've heard me talk in the past few years about accreditation. We are in the process of moving our Public Works Department towards American Public Works Association accreditation. We would be only one of this, if achieved, we would be the second agency in the state And that 2 to 3 year process has been underway over the last couple of years. This requires us to provide policy documentation of all of our management practices in order to meet American Public Works Association standards. Additional asset management projects underway right now. Well, for 2022 that we're looking to implement is moving towards implementing a GIS mapping capacity to our current asset management system. This gets into the weeds pretty deep, but in the end, our asset management system can talk with the back-end GIS system with ITS, and has provided a bunch of new efficiencies for us there. We're literally the front door of City Hall and all the services that are provided out of City Hall. We've been open since since almost all of COVID, and proud of the efforts to continue providing the services even in these challenging times. Just a few budget highlights. Changes in category 1 are due to some movement of salaries to the appropriate divisions. You remember we did create a parking services division last year, so we're making some changes there. And then also the big change is there's the decrease of $1 million due to a previous year transfer from Public Works Admin to the Motor Vehicle Highway Fund. Overall, the budget request for the administrative division is $2.15 million, and that's a decrease of $1.28 million. Again, that major decrease due to a transfer not taking place in 2022. I'm happy to answer any questions, and in the end, just want to let you know that we're very proud of the efforts that we have in the administrative division in supporting all the other divisions. I want to make a special thanks to Nate Nickel, our business and data manager, who spent countless hours working with all the different division heads on this year's budgets. And just big thanks to he and the team for where we've gotten. So happy to answer any questions on the Public Works Administrative Division budget.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wason. We will go to council questions. If anyone has a question. Okay, Councilmember Sandberg.
Thank you. Hi, Mr. Wason. Thank you. You mentioned so many retirements or pending retirements. May I ask you, are you hiring? How many vacancies do you have? Is this a time to make a pitch for people to apply?
We do, actually, yes, especially if you want to be a school crossing guard. But no, most of these are retirements that have happened throughout the entire year. So these aren't all just right now, but wanted to note and recognize all those years of service from those folks. But you can always find open jobs at the City of Bloomington at bloomington.in.gov/jobs. And I do know there are several open right now.
Thank you. That is all.
Thank you, Councilmember Flaherty.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for the presentation, Mr. Wason. If this question is better directed elsewhere later in your budget presentation, please let me know. But I saw the notes about infrastructure asset management, which I very much approve. I think your department over the years has done a very good job of systematizing and improving our knowledge of conditions in a way that we can really target, our actions and have them in a sort of life cycle sustainable way. And I wanted to ask about that specifically in the context of signal interchanges that may not be ADA compliant. And if we know, what's the status of those? You've probably heard me asking other departments.
Specifically of signalized intersections that are not ADA compliant in terms, what aspect in terms of the audibles or?
I think the audibles is probably the most significant one I'm thinking of. I think there are also some other requirements though, for accessibility best practices in terms of where the button's located, the height, that sort of thing.
Sure, I couldn't give you absolute specifics there off the top of my head. What I can tell you is we're working very closely with the engineering department. And just to back up a little bit, I guess, when it comes to signalized intersections, those touch several different departments. We work very closely with engineering. The traffic division, the traffic portion of the street division also works very closely with engineering on all things signals. One of our big requests for 2022, and you'll see this in our street department request, is that we're asking for funds to do a full study and report on all of our signalized intersections and the technologies that are at each of them. We've got a wide variety of technologies at our intersections of different ages and different eras. And so that's what we're going to be asking for as part of our street division budget request.
Thank you. And with that study or cataloging of all our interchanges and what the signals have technology wise, would that include something like ADA compliance?
Yeah, especially for the aspects of the actual traffic signal. So the audibles and all those. Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So hopefully we'll have an inventory next year.
Yes.
Okay. Small follow-up still. What is there a process currently in place for how to? I'm thinking of Patterson and Rogers in particular. Is the trouble intersection that brought this broader issue to my attention? And is there how do we decide? So that one's not compliant. There's no audible signal. I imagine it is more expensive than I think to update. But how do we go about deciding where would money be for something like that? Or are we just not really there yet?
Well, decisions on, updating traffic signals. I think 17th and Dunn's been a good example, working with engineering. They, brought forward that project. I think we're, going to look at prioritizing based on higher volumes of pedestrian traffic, things like that. And I think Rogers and Patterson would be a great place to look at such things. So I think the age of the equipment, the age of the signal, those sorts of things are going to be what determines where we're going to prioritize, as well as, pedestrian volumes, traffic volumes, et cetera.
Okay, thank you.
Other council member questions? I am not sure. I would say I can ask one, I think, but is this just administration? If it's street related, wait for streets.
Some of the topics are obviously. Oh, am I muted? No, I think a lot of the I think a lot of the topics are kind of cross divisional. From the administrative. This budget is specific just to the administrative division, so I would say traffic signals and traffic could wait till street.
Okay, wonderful. So while I'm not seeing any hands up, we can open this to public comment for Public Works Administration. Comments, questions from Mr. Lucas, are you seeing anything?
Not at the moment, but perhaps we can give folks a few seconds to find the raise hand button if they would like to comment. You can find that either by clicking the participants button in your control bar. Some folks may need to click the reactions tab. Some mobile users, I think, may need to click the more button to find the raise hand feature. And if all of that fails you, you can send a message via chat to let us know you'd like to comment. And I don't see any hands shooting up at the moment.
Okay, thank you very much. We will now turn back to council for final comments, if any, on the Public Works Administration budget. Okay, I think without comments, we are ready to consider due pass for this budget. I'll call the roll. Council Member Sandberg.
Yes.
Council Member Scambalori.
Yes.
Council Member Rollo.
Yes.
Council Member Piedmont Smith.
Yes.
Council Member Flaherty.
Yes.
Council Member Volan.
Yes.
Council Member Sims.
Yes.
Council Member Smith.
Yes.
And I will also vote yes, so that is 9 yes votes and 0, 0. Okay, wonderful. Rolling on through, we've got animal control up next, and tonight with us we have Mr. Wason to present. I don't know if you have anyone else with you, but feel free to.
Yeah, it'll be me all night. I'll have all the division heads and some of their staff present as well. to answer questions. I will be doing all the presentations. If we can make sure that all of them do receive a do pass recommendation of 9-0 like the last one, that would be fantastic. And we can go from there. But Animal Care and Control Division is a division of the Department of Public Works. And all right, responsible for addressing and responding to all companion animal needs in the community. I think I've stated this every year since becoming the Public Works Director, that Animal Care and Control has a group of passionate and dedicated employees like no other. These staff members have turned on a dime during the pandemic to continue to offer all of their services safely during COVID, while also administering the same levels of care and compassion as they've always done. Just over 18 full-time equivalents. 2020 intake numbers and service calls have remained steady. Staff has stepped up in such huge ways, given the major reduction of in-person volunteer hours at the shelter due to COVID-19 impacts. Staff is still taking on big projects, modifying services, building community partnerships to impact the overall animal welfare of the community. A few highlights include increasing post-adoption and pre-surrender support programs, formalizing a contracted veterinary service for on-site care, and continuing to work with the Animal Care and Control Commission in their efforts at producing a wildlife management report for the council. While we haven't made quite the progress on that report as we'd hoped to so far in 2021, there have been some significant activities in that regard. Back in April, we did get to work with the Control Commission and an agreement that we'd work in partnership with them on such a wildlife management report. They began with some peer community research and trying to look at what other peer communities are doing with these efforts. We've been developing and beginning to put nuisance wildlife fact sheets on our website, which is ongoing. We've launched a new feature in the U-Report system specifically for wildlife issues back in June. And they are continuing to finalize a dedicated wildlife conflict education and resource page on the website. So, so we're not quite at a final report on wildlife management for the community in terms of our initial efforts. We are actively working on that project. I'd also note in that regard that I'm not sure why, and if we have anything to explain it specifically, but we've had a 36% decrease in deer-related calls in the first half of 2021 compared to the same time in 2020. I thought it would have gone up with the number of people at home, but it's gone down. So moving right along, with our animal shelter operations, obviously one of our main goals and the metric that most everyone's going to be most interested in is our live release rate. That's our rate of animals that either return to homes via our adoption programs, our owner reunification programs and such. And I'm happy to report that our mid-year live release rate is at 95%. I talked about volunteer hours and the major reductions there. We're not going to come even close to meeting our 2021 goal of 11,500 hours. I think we were being quite optimistic during that period of COVID, and we're just not at a point where we can welcome back the volume of volunteers that we have in the past. In terms of our 2022 budget goals and our animal shelter operations, again, we're going to strive to reach the highest levels with our live release rate, and then also increase the percentage of animals that move through the foster homes more quickly. As you know, both city and county operations are based on animal control operations are based out of our facility on South Walnut Street. And just in general, our efforts are always striving to meet national standards according to the Humane Association and ASPCA. For 2022, we are hopeful to start returning back towards some more traditional volunteer hours. hopefully we're trending in that direction through the end of 2021, and that we start to see our COVID numbers improve as well to actually be able to meet that goal. We rely on our volunteers for so much at the shelter. And, when I mentioned the amount of, staff has really had to step up and fill all those roles. And it's been really amazing to watch that happen. They're working harder than ever down there. It's never not stressful at the shelter, but at the same time, just major kudos to their efforts given the amount of reduction in volunteer efforts over the last year. We're going to continue our humane education and public relations. This is our outreach efforts, our communication efforts, and all the behavioral support efforts that we do beyond just the initial adoption. This is really important and helps to keep adopted animals in the home of their adopters long into the future. We also, one of the biggest things we do and one of the most important things we do are animal control field operations. These are our officers that are out on the streets, working on everything from bite cases to, wildlife or animal endangerment to, emergency call outs, et cetera. And just they do an amazing job with all the things that they're responsible for, working very closely with Bloomington Police Department, amongst many other local public safety agencies. In 2022, we are looking forward to getting all three of our officers trained through the National Animal Control Association. We were hopeful to achieve that in 2021, but some COVID delays and training opportunities were limited there. Overall budget highlights include, you'll hear this throughout the evening, but most all of our budgets are going to be pretty steady year to year. We're not asking for any major increases. We're not, we're recognizing the sign of times and trying to be frugal in our efforts and not and keep things pretty steady year to year. This budget reflects that as well. I would highlight our biggest increase is in our spay neuter surgery fees. There's been some pretty major changes with what's the name of the Pets Alive group that did a lot of that in the community. So having some additional costs there. Overall, the category 1 personnel expenses are in line with just typical the bonuses and the raises as proposed by the mayor's office. So the overall budget request for animal care and control is $1.775 million. Just about a 2% change, and happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wason, for that presentation. We will open it up to council member questions. Councilmember Sims.
Thank you. I had to unmute myself. Thank you, Mr. Wason, for your presentation. And I got a couple questions, and we've got 3 minutes, so let's do this thing. First of all, I also want to recognize the dedicated and passionate members that you have on the Animal Care and Control Commission. I talked with many of them, and I just wanted to say that there. And I don't know if I'd like to know your feelings on this, or maybe Mr. Souders. But where are we, or what are your feelings with regard to addressing puppy mill operations and any potential legislation that may come down the pike there? Do you have a position one way or another?
I'll start, and Virgil, you feel free to jump in. First, foremost, completely against puppy mills. To my knowledge, we have none that exist in Bloomington, and our control officers, if they ever came upon one, would take immediate swift action as they would, for the welfare of the animals. In terms of the proposed ordinance that I've seen over the last year or so, I don't know if that I've got a specific opinion on that. We have 2 pet shops that would specifically target, and I don't know that at this time I'd offer one way or the other to the council on that specific legislation. We inspect both of those facilities. We have good working relationships with both of those businesses, and do our regular inspections and find them to be in compliance.
Okay, thank you. even with regard to their supply and where they come from?
So, and I won't act like that I'm overly knowledgeable. I do know we have requirements that they provide us documentation. Virgil, actually, you jump in here, please. Don't let me screw this up. Can you explain what our requirements are for where the animals are, the reporting
Sure.
requirements of the stores? Go ahead.
Yeah, so Virgil Souter, Director of Animal Care and Control. According to the ordinance, they are required to list the breeder that they came from on the kennel door. So when we inspect, we look for that, and also the condition of the dogs. So when we're doing inspections and permitting the local pet stores, we're looking at the condition at the time that they are there. We don't deal with the previous, other than they're supposed to be providing accurate information where they came from.
Okay, thank you. I'm almost out of time. Sounds like there'll be some more research in that area as we move forward. I'm almost out of time. I will save the other question for later. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Rallo.
I'm intrigued, Mr. Wason, I'm intrigued by the wildlife management report, because I really didn't know that was happening. Is there a team? Is this, does it include the topic of public health? And well, tell us a little bit about it.
Absolutely. So based on last year's budget hearings, hearing from yourself and Mr. Sims and some others, the concept and the topic of wildlife management certainly came up and was something that we were asked to explore. When I talk about a report, I guess what I don't want it to sound overly official. I don't want it to sound like we've created a task force or anything like that. We've been working with the Animal Control Commission back in the probably early spring to start identifying what we would want to even potentially see in a report like that. So that's where some initial peer community research took place to try to see what other communities are doing in this area. But it would certainly include things like public health, things like, nuisance animals, et cetera. So right now, I guess I'd just kind of call it an internal working group with commission members and staff trying to identify, what we might see in other communities that looks like a type of report we may want to produce here locally. As that would get formalized or move forward, we'd certainly involve the council and others. But I guess it's more of the front end work on something like that is where we're at.
Does it draw on the Deer Task Force report? And does it describe management options?
We have not gotten that far into, I recognize all the work that's been done by the Deer Task Force in the past. That is not going to be our specific focus, knowing how much work has been done there, but I'm sure it would address recommendations of that report when we get to a more formal point. Virgil, is that a fair representation is that how you would represent that?
That is how I would say it. It's well said.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, I'm very interested to see what's produced from that. I think that do you anticipate that this group, will continue working on it, since it's a continual? This is sort of a maintenance issue in terms of community.
I think our intent was to kind of begin the process of trying to understand what it looks like for our community, what it would look like from an animal care and control division perspective, what it would look like with the Animal Care and Control Commission. We know there's, lots of hot topic issues there, a lot of hot button issues, a lot of varying viewpoints on how to manage different things. I think we would look at what are other communities doing really well in that regard? What can we do to not recreate the wheel? How can we provide good information to the community on wildlife management. Do I want to jump back into the fray of the Deer Task Force? Probably not, but we know that's a really important topic in the community, and a lot of people have a lot of viewpoints on that.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Other council member questions? Anyone else with the first round? Okay, Councilmember Scambolari.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I'm interested in the percentage of animals. Some of your goals center around the percentage of animals that move through foster homes. What determines, so an animal comes into the shelter, what determines whether or not they get fostered, placed in a foster home or not? How does that process work?
Virgil.
Virgil.
Yeah, that's a excellent question. Largely we look at how that animal is going to house in the shelter and how quickly it's going to move through the shelter to adoption. So the ones that are going to sit in the shelter longer have priority to foster homes. Those that are medically fragile, so those that are young neonatals or are going to take longer treatment, those are our priorities to move in foster home. Other than at that point, then the second level is when the shelter gets full and at capacity, we tend to grow our foster program to just increase our capacity for care for the most animals possible.
Got it. Thank you. And I am thrilled to see the live release rate at 95%. I'm curious, how does that compare to some of our peers in the region? That has to be at the top or near the top.
Yeah, we are definitely at the top for what's considered as far as what's considered a good effective shelter. Anything with a 10% euthanasia rate, so the 90% live release rate or up, is considered a well-run shelter in the field.
Great, good work, thank you.
Other questions from council members? First round, I think, well, Councilmember Sims, you have a second round question, I think. Do you want to go ahead?
Actually, thank you. Councilmember Rallo got started on that. But more specifically for me, with regard to the wildlife management report, and I appreciate that it's in its infancy and you're just kind of getting started, but do you have any idea of a target date or time frame of completion of this report?
Well, and I guess and that's where I want to be careful. I don't want it to sound like it's going to just be a multi-chapter report on all things wildlife management. If that's what the council and the control commission want us to head towards, I think we certainly can. I think what we're kind of trying to look at right now are the things like, wildlife nuisance or nuisance wildlife, about, public health and safety when it comes to wildlife management, and having having the ability to communicate that information, kind of market that information to the community. But and Virgil, feel free to jump in here, but I think we could use some guidance from the council or the administration on exactly what we want that to look like. Again, the Deer Task Force produced a lengthy report that we're all familiar with. So I think we're looking at it from kind of the public health and safety aspects of things regarding wildlife management, and then the nuisance wildlife aspects. Virgil, if you have anything else to add.
I don't have anything else. That's pretty much where we're at, looking at what we can do as an animal control agency addressing those issues, and also just education seems to be the gap that we've come across in these early stages.
Okay, thank you. And I appreciate that. And what I'm getting at in your budget highlight for 2022, you used the word finalize a wildlife management report.
Yeah.
So and that's kind of all I'm getting at. I just want to see at some point whatever it is that you guys have worked on.
Sure.
Then I think it'll be easier or maybe better for the community then to have some more input, specifically with urban animal control and that sort of thing. But I think it's kind of paramount that we see since you already started, I know it's in the infancy and you've indicated a finalization.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what I'm getting at. No problems either way. I just want to keep this on the front burner.
Yeah, and I think just to finalize my thoughts on it, I think those two specific areas are where we will provide some level of a memo or a report to the council and the administration: nuisance wildlife, public health and safety when it comes to wildlife management. So yes, sir, absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Other council member questions? Okay, I think now we can turn to the public, see if there's anyone out there who would like to comment on the animal control budget. Mr. Lucas, do we have anyone so far?
I don't see any hands raised at the moment, but perhaps we can give folks a few seconds to do so if they would like to speak. Not sure how many new folks have joined the meeting, so I won't repeat all the instructions on how to raise hands. If you're not able to find that button, please send a message via chat to let us know you'd like to comment. And I don't see any hands going up.
Okay, thank you very much. We will come back to council for any other questions. Okay, final comments, Council Member Rollo.
Mine is a comment. Mr. Wason, thank you for the report, and Mr. Souter. I'm really intrigued, and actually it's music to my ears to hear about a wildlife management report, even if it is, just a framework. The council has gotten reports, and we've been wanting to take action. On the one hand, we have reports of vigilantes in the community who are carelessly shooting deer and leaving arrows in them, which is very cruel. I've had reports of poisoning, and then on the other hand, we've had reports of deer attacks on dogs, and so the deer density issue is not going away; it's still there. And in the last few years, there's been a lot of things that really are quite different, or would add to the Deer Task Force report, which is now becoming antiquated. Really, the Ball State study, I think, indicates, among other things, that we have sort of an island population of deer here, and they don't migrate very much. So that was a surprise, and what that means is that we thought we'd only have lethal options, but if we have a population that is sort of like an island system, maybe we could use birth control. And I'm sure the technology has improved tremendously in the last 10 years on that. And that would be a way to limit population without having to intervene in a lethal way. Then we got the tick-borne disease issue that's becoming more and more prevalent. And then as opposed to 10 years ago, when the only means to count them was either extrapolating by doing a transect or something, or renting a helicopter, we now have drones, so we can effectively count deer in the community and manage them, very precisely. So anyway, my point is that there's I think the Deer Task Force is important. I think it's antiquated. I think the Ball State study has a lot to say, and I think that I'm very enthused that you're moving forward in some way on this, because I think that it's something that will need to be addressed inevitably, because it won't go away and it may get worse. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Other council member comments? Councilmember Scandalera.
Yes. Thank you for everything you've done. I look forward to the additional work on wildlife assessments as well. Two things I want to comment on. First of all, I am so grateful for the work done by volunteers. Volunteers are relevant in many departments and play an important role, but I think that's especially true here. So I just wanted to convey my thanks to that group. I also wanted to acknowledge the good work done by animal control in the data sets they provide. In some of my constituent communications, I highlight one data set from Be Clear every month. And the one I got the most comments on was actually this one, was animal control and the adoptions. And I have residents who are eager to know the next time you adopt out an iguana. So in any event, thank you for doing that. Thank you for conveying that information. I'm happy to support the budget. So.
Other comments? Okay, I think we are ready to consider a due pass recommendation. I will call the roll for recommendation for the animal control budget. Let's see. Councilmember Sandberg?
Yes.
Councilmember Boland?
Yes.
Councilmember Flaherty?
Yes.
Councilmember Rollo?
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Sims,
Yes.
Councilmember Piedmont Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Scambilleri,
Yes.
and I am a yes as well. So the animal control budget do pass recommendation is 900. Thank you very much, Mr. Wason. We are ready to move into facilities.
I shared my screen before I unmuted, and then I couldn't figure out how to unmute. Sorry. So Adam Wason again, Public Works, with the facilities maintenance budget request for 2022. I'll just start by saying 2020 and 2021 have been years like no others for everyone, but for the facilities maintenance division as well. In addition to taking on a heavy increase in workload, assisting all city departments in the response to the COVID-19 pandemic from a facilities perspective, this team continued to move forward other major capital projects. They responded to major emergencies like this summer's flooding on Kirkwood, and they took the Waldron Arts Center back over from Ivy Tech Community College. So JD Boroff and his team with Barry Wallach, Russell Flake, and Christopher Smith work hard not only to maintain the city buildings that we're responsible for, but also oversee maintaining the downtown district through our downtown specialist program and the Brighton B-Town cooperative efforts with Centerstone. Like I said, overall, we're responsible for maintaining the quality and functionality of the City of Bloomington's buildings and structures, with major initiatives around the Brighton B-Town program, the Waldron Arts Center, improvements at our city fire stations, as well as now looking at our both police and fire headquarter buildings for future consideration. This is all done with 4 full-time employees, and it's for 23 buildings of over 770,000 square feet. 2021, again, a challenging year, but had some great successes. We've been getting our engineering specifications put together for modernizing our HVAC system, the digital control systems here at City Hall. So we've gotten the engineering aspect of that done. And then, like I mentioned, busy summer with the damage at both the BPD and fire department headquarters. This is another example in another division where we're increasing our use of technology to improve our asset management and work order efforts. That's all at the same time while we're continuing our professional development and safety training efforts. I do find the irony in having a picture of some guys with shovels and talking about our technology improvements, but you do have to have some nice visuals for the presentations here. Our asset management efforts here are also with our Lucity program, but these are specific to our facilities and the condition ratings for the major components of that make up the building envelope and the building systems and controls. In 2022, we're looking to implement the scope of the HVAC study that I was talking about for the digital control system. And then we'll continue through the end of 2021, overseeing the major investments at the Waldron, while also seeing what the future of that building will hold for the community. We will also be continuing our professional development and our safety training programs through both the American Public Works Association and, of course, OSHA, the Occupational Safety and Health Administration. As far as the downtown cleanup, our downtown cleanup and maintenance efforts, again, mentioned Chris Smith, who's our downtown specialist. With the current, closure of Kirkwood and all of the activities going on down there, we're busy each and every day. I could send you some really fun pictures of all the trash that accumulates overnight during all the revelry and such, but just tremendous efforts of Chris and the team and his efforts kind of coordinating and working with the Centerstone crews on the Brighton B-Town program. Just some budget highlights here. Again, this is a budget that remains pretty steady from year to year without any major increases or decreases. The decrease on the capital outlays, that's just due to projects that are going to be completed and not carried over for next year. When I look at the category one personnel requests, there is a decrease overall here, eliminating some part-time positions and reallocating some of those duties to some of our full-time positions. So overall budget request for the facilities maintenance division is just a hair over $1 million for a total or just over $1 million with about a 2% overall reduction in the entire budget. Happy to take questions about the facilities maintenance division 2022 budget request.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wason. We will now go to council for questions as soon as I can see. Okay, Councilmember Sims.
Thank you. Again, thank you, Mr. Wason. First things I'll say is that I observed the Centerstone group down on West 2nd near the hospital and Trades Park area. And it was quite impressive with the leadership that our staff was showing and getting a lot of the debris picked up in the buckets and the picker-uppers. And so I think that is a community asset, and I just really wanted to mention that. When I look in your 2022 budget highlights, there was some discussion with renovation of fire station ones and that sort of thing. I guess I want to know, what is your role as public works facilities with regard to any of these renovations and or repairs and that sort of thing? And also, as part of that, has there been any discussions that you're aware of, or at least preliminary, with establishing maybe a broader public safety campus that would house fire and police headquarters? It seems to combine those would reduce some of our more environmental issues and that sort of thing, and just more efficient. What are your thoughts on those areas?
I'll start with the first part of that question in terms of the renovations and our involvement and such. Yeah, obviously we did have some major plans for Station 1 before the major flooding, and now, obviously some of those things have changed. The role that facilities plays is often more in the advising role and the contract management role. The facilities team isn't going to get into the ins and outs and specific needs and exact needs of a fire department in terms of the building and what desires there are to have and what features of the building. They'd be more involved in helping manage the contracts, managing the contractors and those sorts of things. And then in terms of a public safety campus, I know there are lots of high level discussions, especially after the June flooding, of, what the future of facilities for both public safety agencies are. So, we'll be actively involved and ready to assist on how any of that would move forward. But that's about all I would comment on that at this time. I know those conversations are ongoing and we're ready to assist as needed.
Okay, thank you. And just another little comment, with all the things that you're discussing with us, and I know all the things that you do, you and your group could probably be poster children for the term teamwork makes the dream work. And I do appreciate that and look forward to all the progress we make moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Other questions from council members? Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Yes, I wanted to get some more information about the Brighton B-Town program with employees who are supported by Centerstone. How many employees participate through that program now, and is it scheduled to expand next year or just continue at the same level?
So right now we usually have about 6 to 8 employees per day that participate. That fluctuates sometimes depending on how hot it is outside or if it's raining, et cetera. But it's been a great partnership. Really happy with our relationship with Greg May and the leadership team over there, the coordinators that Centerstone provides. We are actively working to expand the program. We've got additional 2021 dollars that are available through Recover forward funding. I don't think it was CARES Act. Well, I sometimes confuse the different ones, but some recover forward funding to expand that program in partnership with ESD. And so we're actively looking to, I know our conversations with Center Stone have revolved around trying to find some more supervisors on their end to lead the crews, but we're also having some more discussions about how we could possibly expand it with our own supervision. So all that to say is I love the program. I'm very proud of what we're doing with that program. I really, we've had a really great core group of clients at Centerstone that have some of them have been participating in this program for over 2 years now from when Parks originally started it. So yes, I'd love to expand it. Yes, we're trying to actively do so, and truly proud of their efforts. It's a great partnership.
Thank you.
Other questions from council members? Looking for hands. Okay, I think we can go to the public for public comment on the facilities, budget, and public works. Mr. Lucas, do we have anyone who would like to speak yet?
I don't see any requests to comment at the moment. If folks would like to do so, please use the raise hand feature or send a message via chat. We'll give it a few seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Don't see any comments.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll go back to council for any other questions, comments. Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Yeah, I just remembered that in the spring, Bloomington was certified a lead for cities. And I know that ESD probably took the lead on that. But I wonder if facilities must have been intricately involved as well. Can you speak to their role in securing a lead certification for the city?
Councilmember, we were not overly involved in the lead, that lead certification process, the lead for cities. That's more, my understanding and recollection is that's more to do with neighborhoods and other community services, public services and such. We're actively involved on the lead certifications for city facilities. So the recertification of City Hall, et cetera, as part of the green building efforts and ordinance. So that's primarily our role. I was involved in some of the lead for, I think it was lead for neighborhoods, or was it,
communities or something like that?
Yeah, so, but that was more, that's less to do with actual city facilities and our team there. Ours is more on, we're working very heavily on the Park Smart certifications with facilities and the parking garages, the lead for City Hall certification, those sorts of things.
And the lead for City Hall, is that something that needs to be recertified every so often?
Yeah, I think we got our recertification in either early 2021 or late 2020. Don't quote me on that. I can find out.
Okay, so it's kind of a every several years you have to pay attention and make sure we're still up to par. Excellent, thank you.
Any other comments, Councilmember Sims?
Thank you. Are we still in questions?
Questions are okay.
Okay, thank you. I just have a brief question. With regard to the Waldron and maybe even BCT and I'm sure ESD is involved. Again, good teamwork stuff here, but would your role with those projects, if anything at all, still be under the umbrella of advising and maybe contract management?
Yeah, so I can speak specifically to where we're at with the Waldron. JD and his team have definitely been intimately involved with the group that did the task force report for the Waldron and such, and now are in the process, based on the mayor's announcements a few months ago of all the improvements to the building. They are the division that's managing all of those contracts. So that'll be to manage the HVAC improvements, to manage the masonry repairs on the Waldron, the window restorations, and like the lighting upgrades and other things like that. So absolutely, JD in particular and his team are managing all aspects of that in conjunction, in coordination with ESD and the mayor's office and others. As far as the BCT, less involvement there. I know Parks has their role, and there's lots of conversations about, both facilities, but heavily involved in the Waldron projects right now.
Thank you and good luck.
Okay.
I'm not sure where that came from. Any other questions? Comments from council members on the facilities budget? Okay, no waving hands. Let's do a do pass recommendation on the facilities budget. I will call the roll. Councilmember Scandaluri.
Yes.
Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Yes.
Councilmember Smith.
Yes.
Councilmember Rallo.
Yes.
Councilmember Sandberg.
Yes.
Councilmember Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilmember Sims.
Yes.
Councilmember Boland.
Yes.
And I will also vote yes. So our recommendation is yes, 9-0-0. Next up, we have fleet maintenance. And Mr. Wason, feel free to share your screen when you're ready. Thanks.
There we go. All right, Adam Wason again on behalf of Jason Spear and the Fleet Maintenance Division. I don't say this lightly when I consider fleet maintenance to honestly be the backbone of many of the services that the city of Bloomington offers. There we go. The amount of talent and effort it takes to keep the city of Bloomington's wide-ranging fleet of vehicles and pieces of equipment well-maintained and operational is something that never ceases to amaze me. The skills that this team possesses is truly remarkable, and it's often some of the unheralded work when we think about city operations. Whether making carburetor adjustments to a two-stroke piece of landscaping equipment, to overhauling a hydraulic system on a $250,000 plus sanitation truck, or repairing the transmission on a triaxle. The team at Fleet Maintenance literally can do it all. I have some of the most, I think it's fair to say that some of the most creative things I've seen in city operations have occurred at Fleet Maintenance with the resiliency and resourcefulness of the team down there. Overall, 10 FTEs. They oversee not only vehicle upkeep and maintenance, but 2 fueling stations and then a new mobile repair unit. This is another division where using technology to improve asset management, as well as service delivery to the employees across the organization, has been an important effort. This is again us using our Lucity program for asset management at Fleet. I talked about the mobile service unit. Here's a neat, the picture kind of shows it all, but this is a preventative maintenance mobile unit where we can go do offsite oil changes and preventative maintenance on city vehicles. So, you can think of it from the perspective of the water treatment plant operator at Monroe not needing to bring in, a vehicle that's used on site down there for all the way to fleet maintenance, where we can go to them and do several vehicles on site in a really efficient manner. So that's one new and important program we've launched this year. What's the difference between preventative and routine maintenance, you might ask? Well, we look at routine or preventative maintenance as being the types of things related to changing of fluids, changing oil, belts, hoses, and performing maintenance on tires, such as rotations or like a brake rotor balancing. Routine maintenance then is more of things like full tire changes, changing out brake pads and rotors, et cetera. So slight differences in what the preventative versus the routine is. One goal that we're always trying to meet is to reduce our annual emergency callouts. And one of the best ways you can do that is by having vehicles that are newer and of good repair. We've done a great job at replacing capital these last several years, and that's made significant impacts in our overall emergency callouts. We've been actively improving our asset management, our inventory management system through our asset management system. So our asset management system has an inventory management component, and that effort has been ongoing this year to better track the inventory of all the parts and supplies we need to make all the repairs and do all the maintenance that we do. Some other 2021 budget goal updates. We've had some budget impacts that have put some of our projects on hold, but we're still moving forward with some other major initiatives. The car and truck wash that's been funded over the last couple of years is operational and something that, it may sound insignificant, but in reality, just that car and truck wash station can add years of life to some of our vehicles. You'd be amazed, and maybe not amazed, but I was amazed and shocked when I saw what salt can do to the body of a dump truck over a couple of years of not adequately washing it. So the new car and truck wash down at the Miller Drive location, it's getting heavy usage, which is exactly what we want. We can drive everything from the new Chevy Bolts through it to our largest fire truck. So a major investment that's going to go a long way to the overall condition of our fleet over time. So additional 2021 updates, and another major breakthrough with our asset management efforts is directly related to the vehicle points analysis. I'm not sure if you council members remember, but I've talked about this a lot in the past. We used to have a very antiquated system of managing all of the data that goes into knowing the condition of all of the vehicles across the entire city. So this is the vehicle year, the make, the model, the VIN, the mileage, the fuel usage, the maintenance history, the parts history, which is all put into a formula to determine the overall condition of the vehicle. With our new asset management program, instead of spending months each year updating all that information in a gigantic Excel spreadsheet, we are now in the position to be able to print a report. And it is really great to be able to say that out loud. In terms of 2022 budget goals and in our preventative maintenance area, they're quite similar to what they've been in the years past. We want to do everything we can to meet the best management practices and the standards for preventative and routine maintenance based on the vehicle type and vehicle usage. So that's always our goal. That's going to be at least 45 PMs per month, and looking to do the 5 oil changes per day offsite with the mobile unit that we talked about. Again, we always want to just be reducing the number of emergency callouts, but it's another good example of how so many of the functions in public works are 24/7 type operations. If we get a call in the middle of the night that we've got a fire truck down, we're going to be responding. If we've gotten a call that we've got a major snowstorm coming, we're going to be there 24/7 assisting as we need. And it's part of what we do. In terms of our fuel service for all the different departments, you've seen some notes about tracking DEF usage. This is the diesel exhaust component additive to lessen the environmental impacts. And so making some efforts to better track that across the various departments of the city. And then also adding some, it may seem minor, but something that I know staff will appreciate, but adding some tire inflation stations and a vacuum station at our fueling sites. Allow staff to vacuum out the vehicle assigned to them, and instead of having to go to the fleet maintenance garage to check tire pressure and add a little air, we'll have those added to our vehicle fueling sites for staff to use in the future. Again, may seem minor, but I think it'll just be a nice little addition for staff and for the fleet. As we talked about earlier, the inventory management, we're going to continue moving those efforts forward. And this is just another technology improvement that we're doing to maintain an accurate inventory of our parts. The automation and tracking of these with, barcodes and a complete system. Got a new employee there, Corey, that's really taking this task on and doing great work there. Again, just the vehicle points analysis and talking about what we do there. But another topic that we're actively talking about and actively working with other city staff is working with Lauren Travis and the sustainability team and reviewing all of our vehicle purchases. We're adding more fully electric vehicles each year with new vehicle purchases. Parking enforcement's been a good example. We're trying to get all of their vehicles to be hybrid and electric for their efforts and making that something that's a priority across the city. So I'm looking forward to the day when we can consider alternative fuel technologies for things beyond just the single passenger vehicles. Right now we're limited to the Chevy Bolts, et cetera, for the all electrics and the gas electric hybrids and things. But the vast majority of what we utilize as a city for our operations are the larger trucks, are the dump trucks, are the sanitation vehicles, and all those sorts of things. And really looking forward to when some of those technologies start hitting the larger vehicle classes as well. Just overall budget highlights. Again, this is a pretty steady year over year. No major increases or decreases across the board. Total budget request is just under 3.7 million. And you'll see in the summary chart, almost 2 million of that is just supplies and parts. So, personnel is absolutely a vital aspect of fleet maintenance and all of that. But the vast majority, or a significant, nearly a majority of all of our spending there, just over half of our spending there is related to the parts and supplies that are necessary to make those repairs and do the maintenance. Happy to answer any questions about fleet maintenance. Thanks to Jason Spear and the whole team down there for their fantastic efforts.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wason. We will now go to council for questions. Any council member questions? Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Yes, I wanted to ask about a two-stroke engine equipment versus electric equipment. I don't know if fleet is just in charge of maintenance or if they would have any input into the type of equipment that is purchased. But obviously there are lots of environmental costs when you're talking about two-stroke engines. And I wonder if we're moving to electric, as we heard from Parks last night.
Maybe not the best example I could have brought up, but in a lot of cases we are. I know parks and facilities have been looking to, as a leaf blower needs replaced, to go to more electric and things like that. I guess my point was just to point out the talents of the variety of things that they repair. But Public Works and Parks have been looking at more electrification of those, I guess, kind of landscaping tool type things. Fleet maintenance doesn't get actively involved in those purchasing decisions, but departments certainly do. So Parks, Public Works, et cetera. So, and I know that's something we're actively looking to switch out as we need to replace equipment.
Okay, and then related to that, do you know how much of the city's fleet of vehicles is electric or hybrid?
We could get you that info. Again, the big limiting factor there is so much of what we need to do between street department, utilities, parks, often involves some of the larger, heavier duty trucks. One of the priorities of public works in general is identifying anywhere that doesn't need something like that, where we can go to an electric or go to a hybrid. Parking enforcement's a great example. When parking enforcement moved into public works this year, we were working with the police department on vehicles and which ones they would keep, which ones we would keep, et cetera. And I looked at it as a great opportunity to make sure where some of the SUVs parking may have used in the past, provided a great opportunity to go to a fully electric. So it's constantly a focus. I can get you the total numbers of hybrids and electrics based on vehicle type. But again, with as many pickup trucks and, dump trucks and all those sorts of things in our that make up the vast majority of our assets, it's been somewhat limited, but whenever we can, that is our focus.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. I will say I was really excited to see the Ford F-150 demos. I would happily be an agency that buys 20 of the first ones that come off the line, but I think that's going to be a pretty long wait list.
Other questions? Councilmember Flaherty.
Thanks. Thanks for that information. I wanted to follow up on some of the same. And yeah, I would appreciate as well a list of our fleet overall, and perhaps by vehicle type or category and where we are with regard to replacement. I also appreciate the efforts at right sizing vehicles. That it always kind of blew my mind that we had SUVs doing parking enforcement. There are, well, at least 3 climate action plan policies on fleet maintenance and inventory in particular. 2 of those are phase 1 policies. So 1 to 3 year implementation timeline. Do you know offhand where we are on those? So one of those is establishing an electric vehicle suitability and fleet optimization study. And that seems to be potentially expanding beyond the city's fleet. It's not 100% clear from the action. The other has to do with a policy to replace city fleet vehicles and buses with electric and hybrid at time of replacement. So how are we on the actual planning as opposed to just working with, say, Lauren, when we're making those decisions?
I think it's got to do exactly with what I've kind of been saying with my response to Councilmember Piedmont Smith and others, is whenever we have an opportunity to replace a vehicle that doesn't require a heavy duty or a technology that doesn't have a hybrid or electric, that's what we're doing, especially in public works and in coordination with parks and others. So I think our actions kind of speak for what we're doing there, and we'll continue to do. The most limiting factor, and I think Lou May is a good example. Lou's looking to, purchase more electric hybrid buses and is doing a great job there. What we're finding is that, we need 30 some odd heavy duty dump trucks and triaxles to be able to do snow control. There are no alternative technologies there. They're outside of maybe CNG, and whether or not that's an upgrade or whatnot could be debated. So we're always looking at that as part of our purchasing priority. Whenever there is an alternate to a plain gas or diesel, we're certainly exploring it. And we know those come at higher initial upfront costs and lower, operating costs. So I guess that's how we're trying to implement that citywide.
Is it 100% at this point? If the vehicle is available as an electric vehicle, it's automatic, we replace it with electric, or is it a case by case basis still?
I wouldn't say that it's a hard and fast policy. I wouldn't say it's a hard and fast policy. I think it comes down to the specific need and uses. But again, I think parking enforcement is the perfect example. It's very localized travel in the downtown area near charging stations. We can, modify work schedules to make sure that if we're going to be low on the day for electric charge, we can do different things. So that's been our focus. And again, we'll be happy to provide the breakdown of the vehicle types across department and division and things like that.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Other questions from council members? I have one that I wanted to follow up on. Mr. Wason, has your department been able to consider a pilot program to clear snow from sidewalks in areas with high pedestrian traffic? I know it's hard, and it's, you know, owner responsibility, but of course, most or a lot of owners don't, or a lot of owners don't live here and don't plan for that. And, you know, it's really needed in places, especially with that high pedestrian traffic, and then in places where pedestrians end up walking in the street, which to me is just usually incredibly dangerous. So do we have anything in the fleet that could be used now, like, you know, things that we use to clear maybe multi-use paths or something to work on a pilot program for this?
Absolutely. I was going to address that in the street department presentation or street division presentation here. How many more we have in a couple presentations, but I can start to address it now. Absolutely. We have Bobcats. We have some smaller pieces of equipment that we definitely use for those purposes. We've been working hard over the last couple of weeks, or actually probably last week or so, since we've met with some council members to come up with a map and a visual of all of the locations citywide where we actually are responsible for snow control from pedestrian facilities like sidewalks and side paths. So we've gotten that information on a map. We're currently translating that to linear feet and miles. I think the council and the public would be somewhat shocked and surprised by the amount of locations where that exists. But if you don't mind, I'll address that more in my street department or street division presentation.
Yes, sorry for getting ahead. Sorry about that. The overlap. Okay, thank you for that. Other questions? If not, for now, we can go to the public. If anyone would like to comment on the fleet maintenance budget from Public Works, please raise your hand. Mr. Lucas will let us know if anyone would like to comment.
I don't see any raised hands at the moment.
Okay, I think we can go back to council for any other questions, final comments on the fleet maintenance budget. Not seeing any, let's consider a due pass recommendation on the fleet maintenance budget. I will call the roll from who I see first. Council Member Piedmont Smith.
Yes.
Council Member Smith.
Yes.
Councilmember Rollo,
Yes.
Councilmember Sandberg,
Yes.
Councilmember Flaherty,
Abstain.
Councilmember Volan,
Yes.
Councilmember Scambaluri,
Yes.
Councilmember Sims,
Yes.
and I will be a yes as well. So we are 801 for the fleet maintenance budget. Thank you very much. And on to the next budget, we will move into parking services.
All righty. All right, I believe you can see my screen now. So being the newest division of Public Works, the Parking Services Division is a combination of both parking enforcement and the parking facilities division, previous parking facilities division. This is headed up by Parking Services Director Michelle Wall, Parking Enforcement Manager Rayanne Cox, and Parking Facilities Manager Brian Daly. While not always the most well-received services of the city of Bloomington, the Parking Services Division is responsible for enforcement activities, special event setup, parking garage management and maintenance, as well as managing the school crossing guard program. And when I joke that they may not always be the most well-received of city services, that's just in terms of they do issue parking tickets. The 25 full-time employees have been busy this past year and will be busy well into 2022. We reopened the replacement of the 4th Street parking garage just this week, and we opened the Trades District garage just a couple months ago. We've moved all permit sales to an online platform in the COVID area and are consistently reviewing programs and practices for identifying improvements now that almost all aspects of parking fall under one division within the city. Obviously, 2021 had impacts in many areas and on a lot of things. And one was usage of the parking garages. It was down, not to be unexpected during a worldwide pandemic and people working from home and such. So we definitely didn't meet our operating goals of 85% occupancy, but one good thing to note is that we've seen a rapid increase in usage of late and are excited to get back to a bit of normal with operations. We've learned a lot in the last few years, and probably most importantly was the realization that we have to invest in the upkeep and maintenance of our facilities based on best management practices in order to realize the full potential life of a facility and beyond. We're proud to report that we're doing just that, and we're making the necessary capital improvements and undertaking specified maintenance activities on a regular basis. Additional 2021 goals are, in this case, done and done, with final touches, punch lists, and art installations yet to come. We've got both of the replacement garage at 4th Street operational and the Trades District garage operational. And one thing to note on the Trades District garage, it's already been awarded a prestigious honor by the Indiana chapter of the American Concrete Institute for the design and construction in their transportation category. I often don't comment on how parking garages are actually visually appealing, but the way the Trades District garage interacts within the Showers District does work very well, and won an award for just that. Additionally, the team at Parking Enforcement also plays a critical role in the upkeep and maintenance of the parking meter inventory. Ross, John, and Justin do great work there. It's work daily to make sure all the meters are up and running and meeting our desire for less than 5% failure rates. For parking facilities, we're starting to see a return, and this is moving now into 2022 budget goals, but we're starting to see a return of parkers in our facilities at high rates. We're seeing a dramatic increase in permit purchases for all of our garages, and we're hoping to be back closer to that 85% occupancy here in the very near future at all the facilities. Additionally, with parking facilities, we've got major capital related expenses and repairs for both Walnut and Morton garages. That includes the upgrade of cabs at the elevator cabs at the Walnut Street garage, and as well as wayfinding signage improvements at Walnut Street, amongst other maintenance and repair activities. For parking enforcement in 2022 goals, we'll be continuing our efforts just as we always have. We, while striving to increase our positive resident interactions and provide high levels of customer service. We have strong plans for both specific customer service training as well as other opportunities for professional development and safety training for staff in the parking services division. While this is one division where some significant changes appear to be an overall decrease in the budget, the majority of this is related to some one-time costs not being part of ongoing budgets in regards to the cost for the Park Smart certifications, as well as removing, as well as transferring some positions within the various funding categories based on where positions now actually report within the organization. For the Alt-Trans 454 fund, the only major changes here from a public works perspective are aligning some of the salaries in the new division, and then some of the new costs associated with both the Trades District and 4th Street garages coming online. For the parking meter fund, seeing a major decrease due to the cellular upgrades that were completed in 2021. So this is the line 242 other supplies. That was a major project here that we've completed in 2021. And then again, some changes as far as aligning the personnel costs in the division. As for a budget summary, total request for parking services is $4.757 million in 2021. I'm happy to try to answer any and all of your questions and have some additional staff that can assist as needed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Waitson. We will now entertain questions from council. Let me see who we have here. Okay, Councilmember Volan.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Wason, for the presentation. A few short questions. First, I think I asked this the other night, but maybe you have a better answer. Do you plan to have signs outside the 2 new garages saying how many spaces are available at any given moment?
I can check back. I don't know that that's part of the sign package, council member.
That's disappointing. Secondly, parking and sanitation are 2 of your divisions that actually have significant revenues from user fees and the like. Can you tell us what the revenue was of parking, or what is the expected revenue of parking? How do you account for that?
Could you be a little more specific?
Well, I mean, what portion of the expenses for parking services will be offset by user fees?
In 2022, it's hard to judge right now. You know, I would hope that the increases in parking permits and garage spaces will offset some of those, will offset the expenses, but it's still yet to be somewhat determined. You know, the impacts of COVID are still ongoing. Like I said, we're seeing an increase in usage, but I'd be lying to you if I told you I had specific projections on what we absolutely expect for those revenues right now. We have hopes.
Sure, understood. I mean, before the pandemic, you did certainly have certain expectations of, you know, I mean, in other words, let me put it another way. Do you, when you are budgeting for parking services, do you concern yourself at all with revenues, or only you concerned with expenses because you have to operate it no matter what?
Oh, no, absolutely. We're absolutely concerned with revenues. Again, you know, this last year and a half has been different than previously. Yeah. So, and you know, Councilmember Volan, I'll also kind of claim some newness here with parking services just coming into Public Works. Yeah. You know, I know I worked for many years and closely with Ryan on, you know, some of his revenue projections. Those were more stable in those years in terms of how we projected out the revenues for the garages. So, you know, happy to, and, you know, I know Michelle and the team talk with you rather often on parking things, but
yes, it's true.
Happy to kind of, you know, walk through what we are trying to project and how that might align with expenses and walk you through that in a little more detail.
Thank you. Yeah, okay. That's enough for now. I've got 2 more questions, but I can hold them. Thank you.
Councilmember Rallo.
Thank you, Mr. Wason, for the presentation. The first floor commercial space in the 4th Street garage, how is that managed? And who will do it?
So it's still being marketed and how do I'm at a loss for words here. I apologize, council member. It's still being, we have a realtor on contract who's marketing the property in the hopes that we sign a tenant and would be managed through that property management contract. Okay. Mr. Underwood, feel free to jump in if I've screwed that up at all.
Good evening, Council. Jeff Underwood, City Controller. Yes, Chris Cockrum is the realtor for the 4th Street garage and is actively marketing those properties for us. And then we're also looking collectively as we lease spaces that we would probably bring on a unified property management firm to manage all the city-owned properties where we have retail or commercial for those.
Mr. Underwood, would the revenues accrued from those rentals, would they go to parking services?
No, those if the properties are owned by the RDC, they would go back to the RDC
Oh, right.
to offset expenses they have for maintaining properties.
Okay. Mr. Wason, do you happen to know, have all of the features that we were described initially with, charging stations and various green features, have they been implemented in both garages? Trades District and the other in 4th Street?
All of those agreed upon function, or all of those agreed upon aspects of the garage are absolutely still part of both garages. And with Trades District, the EV station or the EV charging stations are all installed and operational. The solar's installed. The bike lockers, et cetera, all of they're functional, installed, and absolutely. So all agreed upon features with the council are being implemented at both garages. With 4th Street, our main goal was to get that garage open for parking as quickly as possible, knowing students were returning. So we still have to, I think next weekend we'll be closing the lane of Walnut so we can get a crane in there to lift the solar panels to the top floor. The EV charging station, the electrician for that is a different contract than the overall electrician for the whole garage. So those will be coming in the next couple of weeks and being installed. So
okay.
Absolutely.
How about the
100%.
Bathrooms?
Yes, bathrooms.
Public bathrooms?
There will be everything that's been agreed to will still be part of that. The bathrooms at 4th Street are not current, they're not open yet. Those are being finished as well. But yes, absolutely. Everything that's been agreed to will be part of those garages.
Terrific.
Absolutely.
Other questions, Councilmember Flaherty?
Yes, thank you for yet another presentation. I had a question about neighborhood parking permit programs that definitely has at least some level of revenue impact, as well as equity impacts. So neighborhood parking zones tend to be in some of our older and more historic neighborhoods. These neighborhoods are also the ones that are full of small scale multifamily, like duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes. There's dozens of these structures within a few blocks of my home, for instance. Unfortunately, all of the occupants of these homes are prohibited from purchasing neighborhood parking permits. And on top of that, many of our zones are underutilized. I think the one in the near west side, for instance, is like 10 or 15% capacity based on the traffic counts that your team does in this division. So we have excess capacity in many places and an inequitable system that basically harms a group of people who would generally be lower income, since multifamily housing is more affordable. And I'm wondering if there are plans to rectify that policy coming from the parking services team and hopefully raise some revenue in the process.
Well, you packed a lot into that one. So I don't know that I have just one specific answer. There was a lot of different topics addressed in that question. Again, parking services is new to Public Works. I know there's a parking commission that takes up all sorts of different topics when it comes to parking. Michelle and her team work closely with the team in planning and transportation and staffing that commission. So I think any of the recommendations for such things would come from there. But otherwise, I don't I don't have an answer to the overall how we would approach that at this time.
Okay, thank you. I think most, in my experience, most legislative recommendations do come from the administration. So I think it would be good to come from there maybe, but I'll follow up in writing about that. Thanks.
Absolutely.
Councilmember Piedmont Smith?
Yes, I wanted to circle back to the question that Councilmember Volin had about revenues paying for the parking services. It looks like from your budget memo that you are expecting $681,552 of TIF funds to support parking services. So can I interpret that to basically be the subsidy that covers what we do not pay for with revenues?
I don't know that I'm fully qualified to answer that one on my own. Mr. Underwood is already appearing back on the screen like a little genie there.
Yeah, I can answer that question for you. TIF revenues only pay for garage bond payments and leases. They do not pay for any operational costs at the garages or the lots or for parking meters. So those funds, so Altran, parking facilities and parking meter have to pay for their expenses out of revenues deposited into those accounts, which again would only be for fees, fines, permits, and so on.
But part of the budget for parking services comes from the general fund, over $2 million. So can we consider that a subsidy? I'm just trying to understand how much parking pays for itself and how much we are basically subsidizing it.
I think when it says general fund, it's got the fund number next to that. There's no subsidy coming directly from the city's general fund into the parking services. The only subsidy out of the general fund is into sanitation. And we budget, I believe, about $1.6 million. They will show that when they come to sanitation. And then we use those funds to balance out the sanitation account at the end of the year.
Okay, so it's actually Fund 452. So where does that
Yes.
money come from?
That money's all fees, fines, and permits. That, I believe 452 is parking facilities. I think 454 is parking meter. If I
Yes,
may have those back.
you're right, Jeff, you are. 452 is parking facilities and 454 is,
Alternative transportation.
exactly.
Yeah, and then, yeah. So the neighborhood permits are paid for and funded through Alt-Trans. So any of the neighborhood permits monies and fines written in those zones go into that fund and are part of the revenues that fund the expenses for that. And then parking meters, it's all parking meter revenues go into that fund and pay the expenses. And then parking facilities, which are the garages and the lots, are permits and fees. And then the bond payments and lease payments are out of the TIF revenues.
All right, my time is up. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to, are there any more first round questions here? I have one that I don't, Councilmember Rowland, is just related to what is the discussion right now.
Sorry?
Are you like following up on what's happening right now?
Well, I did want to say that I thought 452 was the garage fund and 101 was the general fund. But on the slide that Mr. Wason presented, it says general fund 452 on the one slide. So I'm not sure what that means, but that's been my understanding all along, is that 452 is the garage fund, 454 is the neighborhood zones fund, 455 is the meters fund. And
Yeah,
101 is general fund.
Yeah, 101 is the general fund. It's just a mislabel on that particular.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Okay, I will ask a first round question. The goal of having the parking garage is 85% full. It's difficult for me to see that as a goal because, you know, I think a city goal is also to decrease single occupancy vehicles, especially in the downtown. So does that public works goal go toward any of the goals in the comprehensive plan or the climate action plan or the transportation plan?
I think that goal of 85% occupancy of a parking garage in the downtown area is to stimulate the economy, to have workers parking that are going to be parking for long extended periods of time to go to work, keep them off the street. I think the 85% occupancy is so that we can meet the revenue goals so that we don't offer as much of a subsidy. But to try to equate that to the climate action plan or other things, you know, I think they need to be looked at somewhat separately, but at the same time, we are providing parking in the downtown for all of those reasons. And I think if we set our occupancy goals at lower levels, it would go against what we're trying to do to operate the garages. So I think it's probably safe to say that type of question's a catch-22.
I know it's not an easy question. I apologize for that.
Yeah,
I know it's difficult. I mean, because it is also, to me, I want the parking garages to pay for themselves, but I also don't think they should all exist. So it's difficult, right? I mean, I guess that the follow-up there is, are we planning to do an adjustment to parking rates so that they more reflect market rates? Is that possible when we have so many empty spots in the garages?
Well, I mean, empty spots in the garages aren't the goal in terms of outside of what we're dealing right now with COVID. And I would say that, the prices of permits have gone up. The council updated those pricing structures a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, so they have been adjusted upwards to try to better reflect the cost of the parking service that's provided. So I guess that, it is something that's been done in the recent past. But yeah, I guess that's my response.
Okay, thank you. Second round questions, I think. Looks like you two are both second round. Any other first round? Okay, Councilmember Boland.
Thank you. Yes. To follow up on this. So, Mr. Wason, I'm not quite so concerned about the question that Councilmember Rosenbarger asked is of interest to me too, the 85% occupancy statement. My question is more, how are you going to maintain 85% occupancy when you don't have the authority to change prices according to demand in, say, the garages? I mean, how do you maintain? I mean, like, unless you change prices, you can't really encourage more people to come because it's cheaper, or discourage people from coming because it's more expensive. What do you say to that?
It's, I think, absolutely a function of demand. It's a function of, we're seeing, well, I mean, I know Ryan's on here. If Ryan, you want to jump in and talk about permit sales of late, we're sold out at
let me actually ask first, how is occupancy in the new 4th Street garage this week?
It just opened on Monday.
Is there any preliminary number? Is Mr. Daly is on the call? It'd be
actually, Ryan, I'm going to handle that one. It's way too soon to tell. We've had a couple dozen cars in there at a time, but we literally just opened the facility on Monday, so I don't think any data points on the 4th Street garage are relevant at this point.
I would respectfully disagree with you. If for no other reason than that, it would be nice to know how the local economy is changing. Like, if the garage is full or if it's empty, I'd be curious to know.
Oh, I think absolutely. I don't disagree with that, but I think, 4 days into its operation isn't the time to start comparing data points.
With all due respect, Mr. Wason, this garage was the subject of a great deal of debate.
Fair enough.
Okay. And, I think it's actually quite relevant. And
like you said, we can agree to disagree on that. We're 4 days into its operation.
So I'll go back to the original question. How do you get to 85% up or down without being able to adjust prices? I know it's a function of demand, but you can change demand through pricing. Is there some other way to do it that you have in mind?
Hopefully the impacts of COVID would begin to reduce, but I think your question is somewhat rhetorical there, Councilmember.
No, on the contrary, it's if we gave you the permission to adjust prices, would you find it useful?
I don't think I would. I mean, I can't think of any other city fee or cost that staff has the sole authority to change that. I think with sanitation rates or other things, we either at least have to go back to the Board of Public Works for an adjustment, or if we want to go outside of a range, okay. I think if it came to something similar to that, we would be interested.
We can discuss this later. Thank you for the answers. Thank you.
Absolutely.
We're out of time.
Sure.
Thank you. Councilmember Flaherty was next, and then Councilmember Rallo, you feel free to just jump in right after him.
It's sort of related. I wanted to ask, as these garages get underway and we see kind of what the occupancy levels are, what are your thoughts about converting surface lots? And I've talked to the mayor about this over time. You know, part of his justification or reasoning for the parking garages, despite the massive subsidies, is that I believe, you know, that's the last parking that we should remove in the city, not, you know, that we should concentrate it in the denser downtown, which means that we could get rid of surface parking lots now that we've potentially built so much more structured parking. One way to control how, you know, that 85% rate you're aiming for and how many people are using it is if it's being underutilized, closing surface lots and using them for another purpose. And the best one that I've thought of is donating them to the community land trust that is being formed. Has any discussion like that happened? And what are your thoughts about closing surface lots to impact usage of structured parking that the city has invested in?
Again, that's a multifaceted question. Absolutely. You know, so, and some of it goes well beyond just the role of public works and parking management in terms of administrative priorities and things like you mentioned. So I won't opine on my personal opinions of converting, or my opinions of converting surface lots to other usages, as you've mentioned. You know, if there are higher and better usages and demand, the supply of spaces in the garage is withstanding the demand, and there's opportunity to move. You know, my take on parking garages and, you know, the philosophy that we, I think as a city, have always embraced, including the council, is that we want to move our longer term parkers off the street into the parking garages. You know, it's the downtown worker, the person that's going to be spending, you know, 6-8 hours in the downtown compared to an hour or two in a surface spot on the street. So I think it's a function of that in a way. But as far as, you know, the philosophy of the administration of turning over surface lots for other uses, like you've talked about, I'd defer to the mayor and his team, to, you know, the administration there.
Thank you. I appreciate your thoughts.
Absolutely.
Well, this is an intriguing conversation. Councilmember Flaherty, that was, of course, one of the reasons why the 4th Street garage was replaced and expanded a bit, was because the surface area parking lots are very valuable property, and we want those to be developed for commercial or residential purposes. So, and it seems to me that if you want to maximize occupancy of the parking garage, which we do, we want to, you know, one way to do it would be to limit the surface parking lots. Therefore, making the option of either on street or optimally in garages the option. But I had a question actually for Councilmember Volin, because he started on a point that I think is intriguing, and that is, Councilmember Volin, you're on the parking commission. It seems that to optimize parking, you want about 85% or something occupancy of street parking. So that would apply for the parking garage. And so would you be interested in changing rates in order to maximize the occupancy of the 4th Street garage on that basis?
I wouldn't have asked the question if I didn't think it was the kind of tool that would give Mr. Wason and his staff exactly it's a tool that they would need in order to be able to adjust parking. The problem is that the 85 to 90% figure that Shoup cites is for street parking, and Mr. Wason will point out, you know, logically, that there's a lot of permit parking in the garage. Those rates are harder to adjust. Many people are buying permits on a yearly basis, like they do in the neighborhoods. So there's a challenge to adjusting prices there. But I mean, right now, they simply don't have the tools to adjust prices. And I'll remind you that this council 6 years ago, when I proposed differing prices on the street for underutilized blocks, the council rejected it on the argument that it was too complicated. I think that time has long since passed, and that we need to get more complicated in our downtown.
Well, thank you for that answer. I'm all in favor of proper pricing to maximize the use since it's limited. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Waitson? Okay, Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
To what extent does the city currently subsidize structured parking? In other words, on an annual basis, what are the typical, in other words, non-pandemic revenues, as well as the typical operations, maintenance, and debt service costs? I'm reading this because this is a question we submitted on July 1st to the mayor's administration, and I have yet to receive an answer. Is it possible to receive an answer this evening?
Mr. Waitson, you're muted.
I don't have that in front of me, council member.
Does Mr. Underwood perhaps have those figures, or I see Mr. Griffin has appeared on screen?
I thought we did say we were going to work on those numbers for you if they actually exist, right? Didn't we say that? It's rather complicated.
I can say that the presented tonight are the operating costs of the various facilities, parking meter, and neighborhood parking. So those are the operating budgets of those. The debt service numbers we can get for you and provide those.
All right, I hope to have that information within the next couple of weeks. Thank you.
Sometimes I mute myself right when I'm talking. Any other questions for Mr. Waitson or city staff on parking services? Any round is fine, 1 to 5. I don't know what we're on anymore. So, okay. No hands right now. Let's go to the public, see if we have any folks who would like to comment on the parking services budget. Mr. Lucas, if you see anyone, please let us know. They'll have 2 minutes.
Yes, first up is Greg Alexander.
Hi, thanks. My name is Greg Alexander. In a few weeks, I might be ready to deliver a preliminary report on usage patterns in the 2 new garages, or maybe I should say vacancy patterns. We'll see, right? But for now, I just want to ask, will the administration ever clearly tell the council which revenue streams are funding our parking garages? When the new garages were approved, the administration told the council that parking fee revenue would pay their debt service. Are we ever going to find out the whole and accurate picture there? I'm sorry that I haven't been able to divine these figures from any of the documents I've seen so far. Given the dozens of hours I've spent counting cars and garages, I really feel like I should have also put in the effort to find out where the money is coming from. It's an important part of the story, and you guys have relied on me to tell you parking numbers, and I have let you down. I'm honestly ashamed that I haven't done it. I always have the feeling that if I just sat down to it and put in the hours, I would be able to make sense of information like in the answers that you just heard from the controller. And I simply haven't done that. Seriously, I've been reciting parking numbers at the council podium for more than a decade, and I haven't once told you guys where the money comes from. I'm disappointed in myself. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. Mr. Lucas, is there anyone else who would like to comment?
Not that I see at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll come back to council for final. If you have any questions, that's fine as well, or final comments. Also here on parking services, if anyone has a comment they would like to make. Okay, no hands up. 3, 2, 1. Councilmember Flaherty.
Thank you. Just a few final comments. Sorry, just trying to locate where I am in my notes. I'll be abstaining on this budget tonight. I'm still trying to work on getting more information. Certainly from that July 1 question, it's just we spend a lot of money on this, and it's really hard to know how we're doing vis-a-vis our goals and priorities when we don't have the answers to these questions. So I'll be waiting on that and following up with questions on some of those things. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councilmember Volan?
Yeah, just briefly, I'm not as antagonistic towards this budget as I might seem. I mean, I will be voting no on it, but only for the fact that if there's one objection I have, and it's the strongest objection I can have, it's I do not appreciate having data withheld. And you know, I know that Mr. Wason is concerned about judging the garage performance from the first 3 days, but it's relevant knowledge. What I think is a more general tone that I detect, one that I think Councilmember Rallo shares to some extent, is what is the purpose of structured parking? And for, I think, both Councilmember Rallo, who moved to bring back the 4th Street garage in 2019 when we had voted it down initially, and for the administration, the primary function of the garage is economic development. And while I understand why they would think that, you know, the problem with saying it that facilely is it's at the expense of all of our other plans. If you put its economic development significance above anything else, then what point is there to have a transportation plan? What point is there to have a comprehensive plan? Several of the points in the comprehensive plan that call for the garage to be part of a properly balanced transportation breakfast. Okay, so what I object to is sort of the attitude that, and again, it's not Mr. Wason's fault per se. Mr. Wason is playing defense. He's responsible mostly for the expenses, regardless of what the revenues are. He made that was a good point that he made. But overall, the administration's attitude towards these garages, I mean, they fought very strongly for the 4th Street garage and the Trades District garage. And we found here that now that, you know, we can't get the data, you know, for this or that, you know, what matters is that they exist so that they can provide some unspecified economic development. Well, I mean, it'd be nice to know right now if the several hundred people who apparently bought permits in the 4th Street garage are using them. That's not an indication that the garage should or shouldn't exist, but it's an indication of the economic temperature right now. So, you know, I'm very disappointed to hear that we can't even hear what scraps of knowledge there are. I wasn't going to judge it too harshly. I just want to know, I mean, I'm concerned for our economy in the wake of the pandemic. But I would urge the administration to be more forthcoming with this kind of information. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rallo.
Thank you. Well, I agree with much of what Councilmember Volan says. It was for economic development. It was a replacement garage for one that was literally falling apart. And although it could be shored up with a certain cost, there was also an unknown factor of whether or not it would have to be closed intermittently because no one could guess if pieces were falling off or not. That made it really completely inviable. And since it was a replacement garage, many of the merchants and commercial, the businesses downtown were quite emphatic about having it replaced. In fact, there were indications that they might move out. So the compactness of a city matters, compact urban form matters. Having large surface parking lots is a foolish way to design a city. Fact is, cars exist, that people will continue using them. Does that mean that we shouldn't follow our transportation plan, traffic demand management? Of course not. Those are not mutually exclusive. We can invest in buses, you know, alternative transportation, et cetera, even as we have a parking garage. But I'm intrigued by this idea of proper pricing. I think that's a very good way in order to maximize the facility. And so it would fall on the council. And I hope that as data comes, and I think that Mr. Wazen's correct, that, I mean, after opening for only 4 days, it's, I guess we could have a baseline right now, but we really won't know for a while in terms of its total maximization. But based upon that, then we can adjust our rates to try to maximize it, because that's where we want to go. We want people to utilize the garage if they need to, but we also need to invest in other types of transportation. So anyway, it's nuanced and complicated, but this has been a very good discussion. I appreciate Councilmember Volan's input on this.
Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Yes, this has been an interesting discussion. We're using significant TIF dollars to subsidize our parking garages. And there is an argument to be made that this is worthwhile for economic development, but I think we need to seriously consider using TIF to bond for pedestrian bicycle infrastructure as well, to balance our investments in different types of infrastructure. And in the face of climate change, it's imperative that we invest, that we not prioritize automobile infrastructure. I also feel like we should gradually be increasing the cost of parking, especially in our garages. So I think, if the administration isn't going to bring that kind of legislation, then we should do it ourselves. And finally, I remain disappointed and frankly baffled that the financial information on parking revenues and subsidies is not something that the administration tracks without even being asked. I mean, it seems like something that as stewards of public funds, we should know, we should keep track of. So I really will need to see that information before I can vote yes on any budget from the mayor's office. So at this point, I cannot vote yes on this particular budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? I will do a short one. I would just like to say that I will abstain from this budget. I think it something that Councilmember Flaherty brought up in the beginning. I think it's pretty important that we at least expand the neighborhood parking permit program to folks in multifamily homes as well that live in those neighborhoods. I don't see a compelling reason not to do that, and I think that's most likely not really in addition with any overhead. I mean, I guess there is some administrative work to issue those permits, but I hope that we could add that to this budget for 2022. That's it for me. Councilmember Volan, did you have? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like a rebuttal here. Mr. Rallo justified his move to bring back the 4th Street garage because he claimed that the cost of repair, even as the costs of repair of the old garage increased, justified bringing the new garage. Well, it turned out that the cost of the new garage increased by more than the cost of repair did for the old garage. If you'd like to investigate those numbers, I'm happy to show them to him. But that argument simply was not enough reason to take the action that he did. I'll also point out that he was on council in 2003 when the 7th Street garage was approved. And he should or would have been aware of the fact that the project called for council to raise rates at least every 3 years as a condition for approval. That's something that was only in the hands of council, but escalating rates for parking of any kind did not get passed by this council until the passage of Ordinance 1811. So a good 15 years later, we finally woke up and realized that we can't just have flat rates for parking. We had been subsidizing parking all that time, again, in the name of economic development. Cars exist, and that's true what Mr. Rallo says. The cars exist, but we don't have to be subsidizing them. That's why it's important to be thinking about not just escalating rates, variable rates, adjustable rates. Like I also share the concerns of my colleagues who are concerned about carbon footprint. We don't necessarily want to lower rates so much so that we can fill the garage. Okay, this is a difficult and moving problem, but it has to start with a recognition that our carbon footprint is an essential aspect of our economic development, and the building of that garage could have gone to any number of other things. For that kind of money, we could have built out the unbuilt sidewalk capacity of the city through a bond for the next 20 years worth of $300,000 sidewalk budgets that we've been, forced to deal with these trivial amounts every year that don't get all that unfunded sidewalk mandate built. What else could we have built with the money for that garage? I'll leave you all to think about it. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Rollo, and then we'll try to wrap up the debate portion, I guess, of this.
Okay, I think I have to speak out because Councilmember Volin has mischaracterized what I said. I explicitly said it wasn't just cost, but it was uncertainty. That there were parts of that 4th Street garage, the original one, that were falling off and therefore had to be closed without warning. So there was no certainty involved in whether someone would buy a pass and be expected to be able to park in the garage. So that was a major consideration. Yes, we can always say, well, would money be better spent here or there? I would prefer that the commercial activity downtown be optimal and not have businesses move to the periphery of the city where you end up with more vehicle miles traveled, where you end up with large surface parking lots. And so it takes holistic thinking, I think, is the point of this. The parking garage was really a matter of thinking holistically about the community, business interests involved and things like that. A narrow focus says it's a bad idea, but it was much more nuanced and much more complicated than that. So I'll leave it at that. And one last thing. Yeah, a fixed flat rate, no, that's a bad idea. I think fixed increases, bad idea. I think we need to be more nimble than that. I think that maybe we could agree, we find a point of agreement, Councilmember Volin, that, based upon things like the occupancy of a street optimizing for 85%, if it's not there, then what we do is we change the rate as you proposed in the past, and we could do the same thing with the parking garage in order to maximize the usage. I think that's the way we should go, is be more nimble and not fixed on one or the other. Thanks.
Thank you. Any council members want to weigh in on this? Okay. I think we're ready. Oh, Councilmember Sim.
Thank you. Just very, very quickly, I appreciate this debate and discussion this evening as well. And I think that's how you get to solutions, when you hear all sides of everyone's opinion, their position, bring facts, bring logic, bring sensible ideas. It is not that important to me to always be right, just that I'm listened to. Last thing I'll leave us all with, and just as my comments, there are compelling reasons not to do something, and many people hang their hat on that. There are also compelling reasons to do something, and others hang their hat on that. That is where collaboration and mutual discussion comes in. We've gotten some of that this evening, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council member comments on parking services? Okay. With that, I think we're ready for a due pass recommendation on parking services. Call the roll how I see it. Councilmember Rollo?
Yes.
Councilmember Sandberg?
Yes.
Councilmember Flaherty,
Abstain?
Councilmember Volin,
No.
Councilmember Scandalori,
Abstain.
Councilmember Piedmont Smith,
No.
Councilmember Sims,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
and I will abstain. So for parking services, we have 4 to 3. Does that sound good? Okay, and up next we have sanitation with Mr. Wason presenting. Please share your screen anytime. Unmute first if you'd like.
Thanks for the reminder. And here we go. The sanitation division continues to be filled with a team of dedicated staff members who are up and working before some of the late night revelers have even headed home. Responsible for solid waste management, recycling pickup, large items, appliances, and yard waste pickup, this team springs into action with all sorts of other activities when needed as well. Whether responding to illegal dumping, repairing a resident's damaged cart, or managing the overall inventory of the nearly 27,000 carts, this team stays busy year-round. The 24 FTEs that make up the sanitation division are reporting to work by 4:30 each morning, each day during any and all weather conditions. If you've thought about how hot it has been these last few days, these team members are facing the elements in all that they do. As a reminder, the sanitation division services all single-family addresses of 4 or less units, all City of Bloomington facilities, as well as all pedestrian and park receptacles throughout the city. As has been a hot topic of discussion these last several years with sanitation, data is the key to success when it comes to service delivery. After one failed partnership and several years of work to get to the point where we now are, I'm proud to say that that individual and community-wide usage data is being collected daily. I'll have more to share on the next slide. While getting the entire routeware system up and running throughout 2020 was a challenge given COVID and all of its impacts, we're now at a point where benchmark data is being collected on users of our collection system. While this slide is just very basic and high-level snapshot of a summary of the data we're able to collect, we can also now drill down and utilize our data collection efforts to review individual household participation. Councilmember Volin, I know you've been long awaiting digging into this data, and our team is now ready to sit down and run you through the back end of the system that you've been so patiently waiting for. With recycling collection in particular, as part of our 2021 goals, what I can say is that the market and the industry is ever changing and challenging. We've increased our communication efforts on what clean recycling is, and have even launched a new platform called Recollect in 2021. This platform is a one-stop shop for all things sanitation and recycling, and has been a great tool in putting information out, pushing information out and pointing residents to the correct information on recycling and solid waste services offered by the city. Our municipal collection efforts are no small task. This includes every park, every downtown container, and every city facility, whether it's BPD headquarters, one of the fire stations, one of the many parks facilities, or city hall. Sanitation staff complete regular pickups, with Switchyard Park being our most recent addition. Moving towards our 2022 goals, we're going to continue tweaking and improving what data we collect, how we collect it, and how we utilize it to inform decision-making and communications to residents. We want to continue to use the technology and various communication platforms to not only improve our service delivery for such things as large item and additional pickups, but to also improve the quality of the recycling that we pick up and reduce the amount of organics in the solid waste stream. Continuing with some yard waste collection goals, it's a heavily utilized service from April to December. And we're closely partnering with the 1,000 households that mulch pilot program as we continue to promote the sale of yard waste carts and making the yard waste program easier for all users. The theme of no major increases also applies continues at the sanitation division. Items of note here are that we do have higher insurance premiums year over year, from year to year, increased vehicle repair costs, and increased disposal and processing costs for both solid waste and recycling. The overall budget request is just under 3.1 million, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much for that presentation. We will go to council for questions. Anybody have a question on the sanitation budget? Councilmember Piedmont Smith and then Councilmember Rowland.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Wason. So I wanted to ask about pay as you throw, which was something that that some of us said we really wanted to see eventually in the new sanitation system back in 2017 when we first approved it. Now that data collection is underway, are we any closer to a system whereby the less people throw away in trash bin, the less they pay?
We're not currently moving towards a recommendation of pay as you throw. We are analyzing the data as it comes in. But at this time, no, we're not looking to push a recommendation forward on that.
So are there other mechanisms that we could use to discourage people from throwing away stuff, which, as we all know, just goes to the landfill and is not good for the environment?
Well, I think what we offer right now is a really good model, and we've actually been noted as being a very good model for just that. You know, by offering the 3 different sizes, which very few communities offer 3 sizes. By offering a lower per gallon rate of trash disposal for the smaller the size, those are the those are the same things that from when we moved into this program were meant to encourage just that. If there are not cities that offer the 35 gallon in any, there aren't many cities that do that. Just the fact that we do that is a huge push towards waste reduction, and offering that at the about $6 a month cost is very cost effective. Well, it's a very, it's a low cost for a small amount of trash per month is what I'd say.
Well, but when we look at the old system where we had stickers and somebody who recycles a lot and doesn't create a lot of trash, they could just not put out trash. Maybe once every 5 weeks they would put out trash and it would cost them $2. And now they're paying every week at least $6 or whatever it is for the smallest bin.
My comment would be that I have had 0 residents contact us in the last year plus requesting pay as you throw. If you look at the community survey, it's one of the city services that's actually rated at above 80, I think it was 85% satisfaction with residents this past year. So it's just that we just haven't been hearing that. I think we have a high level of resident satisfaction with the current system, and it's a system that does encourage folks to produce less waste.
All right, thank you.
Other Councilmember Rowland, you were next, and then Councilmember Rollo, feel free to go right after that.
Yes, thanks. Mr. Wason, I'm very happy to hear that there's data available to be dug into. I do see a slide. I think it moved from the, you may have moved it between when you submitted it to Mr. Lucas and when you presented it, but I see a slide here, recycling numbers for the first 6 months of this year and solid waste numbers. But the specific data I'm looking for is, do you have numbers about how often people put their bins out? Because they're chipped, they're RFID chipped.
Yep. So I apologize. We did make some modifications to that specific slide.
Yeah, I see it though.
So, yep. So I've put that back up on the screen here. Yeah. So you can see here, we're able to calculate the average number of pickups per account per month. And we can even dig further into the individual household level data as well. But this is just a high level average that you see
Well,
here.
what I don't see is the number of times that people put out bins.
Average number of pickups per account per month.
Okay, that's not in the chart that I see. Average monthly costs.
Okay,
I see
so
average tons per truckload.
So again, Councilmember Volin, from the time that we made modifications to the chart to try to better.
All right, if you could send it, please, I would appreciate it.
It's on this. I think I've shared my screen right now. If you can see my shared screen.
It's not that great. It's
Okay.
hard for me to see. So, if someone could email to me, that would be good.
I think we got the slides.
Let me use the rest of my time to ask another question, if you all would. Mr. Wason, I would agree with you that the 3 sizes of bins are good. They may even be exemplary, but pay as you throw would be even better. It would give people even more incentive to recycle. Why wouldn't you be interested in pay as you throw?
Again, I think we have a system that's working very well. I think we.
But that's not really the question. Why?
Apologies.
My apology. I interrupted you.
Yep, that's all right. I have nothing. I just stick by the points I was making earlier, Councilmember Bolin. I think we've put together a very good system that other communities are looking to replicate because it's working well. Pay as you throw is not a system that's going to have any predictability to it. And we need to have a system with predictability when we're trying to service as many households as we are. That's my professional opinion there. Can we do more to encourage less waste being produced? Absolutely. Are we offering a very good value for the service we're providing? Absolutely.
My time is up, but frankly, that as significant as the answer is, it didn't answer my question. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Wason, could you unshare your screen? I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. And then sorry, Councilmember Rallo.
Thank you. So, Mr. Wason, don't take my questions as being critical of what you're doing, because I've been very pleased at the sanitation services and how well it's worked. And there was a lot of trepidation at first about how this would play out, but it's played out very, very well. And I guess the satisfaction numbers are demonstrate that. So it looks like the disposal fees or the processing fees for the waste is about 3 times recycling. So that's how I interpret. And then and we're paying a single firm to haul it away. And after they haul it away, we really don't know what comes of that, do we? I mean, we don't know if our recycling is recycled, or do we? Do we know?
Yeah, actually, we do get Hoosier Disposal and Republic Services offers reports on what goes through the materials recovery facility up in Indianapolis. I've toured the facility. I think some council members have, and kind of seen the waste stream in action. So, we are confident with our partnership there. One thing, a couple points I just make very quickly here is, last year was the first year we had to pay to actually have our recycling processed. That the turmoil in the recycling market is something that has me as concerned as anything else. How long will glass be accepted? How long will certain things like plastics that don't, be accepted? So that I have some major concerns there, but we work very closely with our business reps over at Hoosier Disposal and Republic. So,
I understand there's a lot of volatility.
Yeah, absolutely. Just to the cost factor of processing, we collect about 3 times the amount of solid waste compared to recycling. The cost of a ton of trash for disposals, I think $28 this year, and I think processing recycling is around $50 a ton.
Has volume increased because of the pandemic?
Absolutely.
Because a lot of people are throwing stuff away just because they don't want to. They're getting carry-out food and so forth, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yes, our tonnages are definitely up in both trash and recycling.
Okay. Hopefully that will decline as things normalize. Okay, thank you for fielding that. That's good news. I'm
Absolutely.
glad you followed up and you actually, inspected. Kudos to you for that. And it's, very good, comforting to hear that. Thank you.
Other first round questions? Councilmember Flaherty.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wason, for all the presentations tonight. One of the phase 1 climate action plan actions is to create a pilot food scraps bag pilot program to test food scraps composting collection across restaurant, commercial, and residential customer base, where food scrap bags are separated at landfill without separate compost bins and collection vehicles. My understanding is that would be food scrap bags that people put out with their trash. Is that accurate? My understanding of that recommendation, that program?
Quite honestly, council member, I'm not sure of the exact specific of that recommendation.
Okay, so I take it there's no plans in the 2022 budget to implement that phase 1 recommendation. Is that right?
There is no plan to implement curbside, a pilot curbside program. I can tell you all of the other things we've done in support of composting if you're interested.
Sure, go for it.
Yeah, so in the climate action plan, it's things like partner with the Monroe County Solid Waste Management District. And we've definitely been in lengthy conversations with their team and Green Camino and been big supporters of the rural drop-off sites. We did Public Works, and the Board of Public Works approved Green Camino as a curbside composter. That required city action and something we're very supportive of. We're also, ESD has been working closely on some business outreach efforts in regards to composting. And what I would note right now is that, we're trying to have some impacts in other areas that don't require the additional curb pickup, routes from sanitation. And I think we've had some success there. But no, we're not proposing a curbside program operated by the city for 2022.
Okay, thank you. And thanks for highlighting those other efforts, which are great. Thank you.
Oh, just one other thing to highlight there. We're also working closely with Green Camino on drop-off locations at city facilities. I know we've already got a couple at parks, and then we're working with the 1,000 households that mulch on some neighborhood opportunities as well. So really trying to be supportive of those efforts.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I have a first round question. I'd like to follow up on the composting. I know a lot of council members are interested in that. Is Green Camino or Earth Keepers, are they really the only option right now in the city for composting as a company?
I'm not aware of other companies, no, but there could quite possibly be.
Yeah. And I mean, maybe you don't know the answers to these. I don't know really, I guess. I mean, I'm just asking you in case, I think, but would they have the capacity to implement a pilot program with us for some commercial and residential?
I don't know the answer to that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I know. I mean, I know they're not a part of the city. So, okay. This is not exactly a question, but I was in Colorado a little bit during recess, and something that a lot of cities do out there is they alternate the days that recycling and composting is picked up. So it's the same amount of people hours, but people just have mostly, families tend to have like bigger recycling bins then, and then it's yard waste compost one Tuesday, and then recycling the next, and trash is every week, which I think is a really really great idea that I hadn't thought about until I experienced it. But I don't know. I don't. It's not really a question. Like, do you think we could potentially do something like that? Would it take different trucks, or could it use the same trucks?
So my general take on that would be seeing the recycling volumes we do, and how many people try to, on a weekly basis, leave more recycling out of their cart than we would pick up. I don't know how I'd feel. We would really need to dig deep into what residents felt about a reduction from weekly recycling as well as as much as it's used and as well as it's received. If it were to alternate, would we need different trucks? I don't think so, but at the same time, I think it would just be a matter of probably dedicating specifically within the current fleet, but I'd have to dig deep in on that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Council Member Rowland.
Yeah, I wanted to clarify some data that you cited just now, Mr. Wason. Did I
Okay.
hear you correctly that you said that solid waste tipping fees are currently $28 and recycling are $50?
Let me double check. I'd have to look.
Because $28 a ton was what the Monroe County landfill used to charge the city for tipping fees for solid waste in 2004.
I'm trying to pull up the agreement and get the exacts for you. I was.
Well, but you're saying that recycling is almost twice as much as solid waste.
Correct.
It costs.
Correct. That is, I'm comfortable with saying that.
But I mean, the last I knew, and maybe Councilor Piedmont Smith can inform us, the negotiated fee per ton between the city and Republic Services, which does business under Hoosier, it's the same company, was on the order of $46 a ton. What's changed? They're still hauling trash all the way to Sycamore Ridge, 65 miles away.
I'm not, Council, I guess I don't really understand your question in terms of what's changed on our behalf. We have a separate contract with Hoosier Disposal that we pay for our, that we pay our.
So you mean, again, you mean to tell me that whatever new contract we signed in the past 3 or 4 years has reduced our cost at Hoosier Disposal's transfer station per ton of solid waste to $28?
It was, I believe, when we first entered into the agreement, it was like $26.90 a ton plus, CPI type increases year over year. I'm trying to find that exact exhibit and I don't see it. Ah, shoot. Councilmember Rowland, we'll certainly provide you those exact figures.
It's important, but I mean, the upshot, if these numbers are correct, recycling is costing us a fortune. Is the all-in-one program, like now that we know that plastic is all but worthless, do we need to be rethinking the whole all-in-one program? What good is the recycling if it can't be recycled, if we don't know what's in it?
What, can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
I'm running out of time. I'll have to ask it in another round.
Sure.
Are there any other council member questions? Council Member Rallo.
I'm intrigued by Councilmember Rowland's question, so I hope I'll rephrase it, or hope we get some answers. But regarding the composting, I think there's a lot of ways to approach it, and I know it's an important point because it did consist of 40% of our waste stream was by weight, I think, was compostables, and that's a huge amount that needs to go somewhere else, needs to aerobically digest, doesn't need to go to landfill where it creates methane. So how we go about it, it seems very intriguing, but one way might be just to distribute composters to people so they can do it themselves. I mean, of course that comes with some risks because you've got to be careful about, vermin. And so people need to do it right. And they need to not have it exposed. But then again, putting out containers means putting out sealed containers, because if they're all out on one night, that's a happy night for raccoons. So so anyway, I guess I'm just posing this as, Mr. Wason, have you talked about other approaches like, distributing composters like the people who are doing the composting for leaves. Maybe we could distribute composters and cut down on the waste stream and cut down on greenhouse gases.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, I think the whole approach to composting needs to be holistic in that regard, in my opinion, in terms of, the more people that we can get to compost on site in a, neighborhood safe fashion is a ideal situation. My wife and I have 2 different composters, and we, supplement our garden every year. And, so that's the ideal situation. The other ideal situation is to remove as much as that 40% from the waste stream as possible. So I think it's a combination of all the things in terms of private partnership, public-private partnerships like we've done with Green Camino, doing compost bin distribution sales at very low costs. It's neighborhood composting facilities and drop-offs. It's, I think it's a combination of all of them. And, especially if we're not at a point where we're making a leap to curbside. And I'll follow up on Councilmember Boland's question. I do need to completely clarify. I said it absolutely backwards.
Well, wait a minute. Let me just
please.
say, I agree with your palette of approaches, but I guess my point is that I am concerned about vermin, because if it's done incorrectly, it's going to cause a big problem. You could have a rat explosion, a population of rats. So maybe that's a reason why the city needs to take the approach of choosing and then instructing people, choosing the means by which they do it, the container, so that it's vermin proof. And then it pays for itself over time, because it means, we're well on our goal and we're paying less for disposal. So sorry to interrupt you. I know you want to.
No, absolutely. No, I appreciate it. Absolutely. If the council would allow, I do need to clarify. I was saying,
Madam Chair, I'd like to ask that Mr. Wason be able to correct the figures for
absolutely.
trash and recycling.
Yes.
Madam Chair, is that okay?
Yes.
Councilman, I was saying that exactly backwards. I can't believe I was doing it. It is $26.40 per ton for recycling and $49. I think we're at $49 for disposal on solid waste this year. I was saying that exactly backwards. I didn't catch myself on that.
Okay, well, that makes the whole program make a whole lot more sense. So
I was wondering why you were so.
correction.
I couldn't get how we got so sideways there. I was like, what am I saying wrong? Sorry. So yes, I was saying that exactly backwards.
So just to follow up then, it's definitely still worth it for us to separate recycling in the way that we're doing.
Oh, absolutely.
In light of the knowledge that plastic is maybe 9% of plastic is reused, do you think that the sanitation department should be no longer accepting plastic in the recycling bin?
I wouldn't be able to say that today. I think we need to be delving more into that and figuring, I think many of us who follow follow these things have probably long been skeptical that there were 9 different, types of plastic that would be recycled and those sorts of things. We've had to change what we accept from previously being able to accept, the styrofoam with the recycling stamp on it.
Yeah, that's true.
So I think we need to dig deeper into that. There may be a point where it does make more sense for it to go in, a different stream, but I think we need to kind of see where the market heads, and but very interested in the discussion for sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments from council members right now? Okay, we can pause discussion, go to the public for any comment on the sanitation budget. Mr. Lucas, do you see any raised hands?
I don't at the moment. If folks would like to comment on this budget, please use the raise hand feature to indicate your desire to do so, or if you'd like to send a message via chat, we can recognize you that way. A few seconds. I see no comments.
Okay, thank you. We'll go back to council for final comments on the sanitation budget. Would anyone like to add anything? Councilmember Boland.
Yes, I really appreciate the clarification. For a minute there, I thought that my entire solid waste world was turned on its head. Poor Mr. Wason, I know he's juggling a lot. And I am very glad to hear that the data that I've been waiting for 3 years is available. I would like it right away. I have hesitated and considered filing public records requests to get it, but I have been patient. But the principle of pay as you throw, I know I think it might appear to Mr. Wason as in the industry, it's disfavored, but I am nowhere near convinced of that yet. It seems self-evident from the many people who protested 3 years ago, saying that they already make a point of reducing their waste to almost nothing so that they don't have to buy trash tags, that we should be giving people this option. Why would we put RFID chips in the bins if not to measure that? So, and I, for one, don't put out trash that often. So I want my $1 or $2 back a month. But more importantly, if we're at 36% now and we're trying to get to 40%, this is the way to get there. So, to incentivize people, I mean, I find it inexplicable if the reason is we're concerned about the revenues covering the cost of the expenses. Well, that's an argument like I made in the last department, the parking department, about where is the pie that shows revenue specifically for sanitation. There are some revenues. We're now billing monthly for it. The other thing I'd like to know, and if Mr. Wason has it tonight, before we go on a vote, I'd love to know how many people have changed bin size in the past year. Have they gone down to a smaller bin? Have they gone up to a bigger bin? Is there any data on that? That's also an indication of the relative success of the program. It'd be a very interesting data point. So before the vote, if he has that data, I'd like to hear it. But I don't know why we wouldn't be pursuing this, and I need much more convincing to be told that pay as you throw is not worth pursuing. So I'm going to abstain on this budget tonight. If the data hadn't been available, I would have voted no. The fact that the data is available will lead me to abstain. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Flaherty.
Yeah, I'll actually just follow up and ask, Mr. Wason, do you have data on people upsizing or downsizing on bins?
We do. I mean, I'm sure, yes, we do have that data. I don't have it directly in front of me right now. I would, I'd just be cautioned in knowing that I'm sure some households probably did increase because of the impacts of COVID and such. And, but yes, I'm sure we can provide that data.
All data obtained during COVID should be viewed.
That's such a hard part with solid waste or even park. It's
of course.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Continuing into my final comment. I am excited about the data collection and seeing some of that as well. Just like Councilmember Volin, look forward to following up on that. I share his feeling that we should be looking seriously at a pay-as-you-throw model. It's great, the progress we've made with different bin sizes. That's terrific. I like that other cities want to emulate that, but I think, we should continue to strive to reduce and be a leader. And basically everything we know about behavioral psychology would tell us that pay as you throw will be effective, that having that nudge, knowing you're getting charged by the use, or by the amount it does affect behavior. It's far more effective than a sort of automatic system, despite that being very convenient. So I would like to continue to look at that. I also appreciate the updates on the various composting waste reduction efforts underway, but still am interested in exploring with the administration moving towards that phase 1 climate action plan goal of establishing a pilot food scraps bag program. I think that's a pretty high priority for quite a few council members, and I would still like to see movement on that. So I'll be voting no tonight. Thank you.
Councilmember Rallo?
Well, I've stated my preference. I think that, and I think Mr. Wason agrees that in terms of composting, you know, the optimal is for it to stay on site. I mean, there's fossil fuel costs associated with picking it up from all the residents too. So better to stay on site if it can be composted. I like some aspects of pay as you throw. I mean, the incentive is there, obviously, but maybe, and I'm also sympathetic to a standardized or confidence anticipating constancy in volume of what you're getting every week. So maybe a compromise is, you know, possible, like maybe even smaller bin sizes or something like that, that would, you know, reward those that are really aiming for minimizing their waste disposal. So that's, I think, all I have to say. Thank you.
Councilmember Piedmont Smith?
Yes, as was obvious by my first question, I am interested in pursuing a pay-as-you-throw program. I understand the need for consistency and predictability, but maybe there can be a compromise solution. I think that we need to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions and our carbon footprint by throwing away as little as possible. And if we can encourage that financially, and we know that financial incentives work best, if we can do that here, then we should try. I also want to point out that we are still subsidizing sanitation. So what user fees still don't cover the whole cost. I think it's about $1 million. Although I see in the Fund 101, it has a budget of 1.6 million. So I'm not sure what that's about. I should have asked. This leads me to think we should also consider increasing the cost of trash pickup. Of course, we will want to be smart about this and incremental because we don't want people to start throwing their trash, you know, in our city parks or wherever. But I think we do need to gradually bring that cost up. I mean, financial incentives are the most effective to get people to stop, you know, wasting stuff, throwing stuff away, to get out of this mentality of a throwaway society, which we really must do for the sake of our climate. So for those reasons, I'm going to abstain on this budget tonight.
Thank you. I think I'll do a first round final comment, and then Councilmember Flaherty, I think I saw your hand if you want to go again. I plan to abstain. I like to abstain to be optimistic about some changes between now and the real vote. From the Climate Action Plan, it calls for a pilot program to be implemented in 2023. So a request that some of us had was just a plan for that pilot program in 2022. So make space and devote some funding to it so that it would be ready to be rolled out. The Climate Action Plan says it should be for residential and commercial and industrial properties for the pilot composting plan, that you throw a bag of food scraps into the trash and then get separated later. So I would like to see, I think to me it feels small potentially, I mean, I don't know, but to just a space to plan for that pilot program in 2023. I'm also a fan of pay as you throw. According to the table that Mr. Wason put up, it looks like most households put their bins out about 2 times per month. So I think if we did pay as you go, most households would think they are benefiting because it looks like most don't put trash bins out every single week. So I think people would actually be excited about that and feel like they were winning and saving money. And hopefully, of course, for the environment, they would actually be not throwing away so much. I'm not as big of a fan as composting on site, because I think so many people have the option to do that right now and so many people do not. In Prospect Hill, we had a workshop where you could get free compost bins made for your backyard, and one person did it. So I think for me, I think there is a very big barrier for folks to put food scraps in the backyard. And I think there's also a very big difference between putting food scraps in your backyard and composting in your backyard. I think we would be looking at a pretty serious problem of trash in backyards and rodents and deer eating out of those bins if we really pushed that. I mean, I think there are already a lot of programs in the city, not with the city, but at nonprofits that give away bins or give discount bins. So I think if people wanted that, like, they pretty much have access. And like I said, it doesn't really happen in my neighborhood. Also with that pilot program, okay, well, in the meeting with the mayor, he said most trash, the city collects 5% of the trash that goes to the landfill. And I think that's because we do not collect multifamily trash and we do not collect commercial and industrial trash. So it's just an interesting thing. Like, if we only collect compost from where we collect trash, we still have a lot of other places to reach to really decrease that. Sorry it took all that time. I hope that made sense. But we just have a lot to do to actually decrease our landfill by like the 40% that's possible, I would say. Thank you. Councilmember Flaherty.
Yes, just a brief clarification and follow-up from Mr. Rallo's, Councilmember Rallo's point, which is to say that I agree, of course, with him and Mr. Wason that the ideal or optimal is to compost on site in your backyard. I absolutely support that, agree with it. I think we should support it with educational resources and other tools, perhaps leaves from mulching programs. But I think my point was, and I think Councilmember Rosenberger just made it as well, is that there's a very much an uptake threshold, a limit that we're going to reach, and it's probably not all that high. And if we really want to push composting and follow what the climate action plan we've adopted recommends, we do need to have a collection program, and we need to start planning for that. Thank you.
Any other Councilmember Rallo?
Well, just to be clear, I'm for a palette of approaches, so I'm not averse to, picking it up if that is people's preference. But I think that, if even 10% or 20% do it, and they can do it safely, a deer can't get into a compost bin that's sealed. So people do it and they do it safely, and it actually, as the soil fertility doesn't go away, it's actually good for the environment that it stays put. So I think that should be just one approach. There are many other approaches, of course.
Thank you. Any other comments from council members on trash and recycling? Okay, I think we're ready to consider a due pass on the sanitation budget. Okay, I'll call the roll. Councilmember Rallo.
Yes.
Councilmember Volan.
Abstain.
Councilmember Scambaluri.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Councilmember Smith.
Yes.
Councilmember Sims.
Yes.
Councilmember Flaherty.
No.
Okay. Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Abstain.
Councilmember Sandberg.
Yes.
And I will abstain. So for sanitation, we have 5-1-3. And last but not least, we will move on to the streets budget.
All righty. And now for the final presentation of the marathon known as the Department of Public Works budget presentations. As the largest division within the Public Works Department, the street division is the most diverse division in terms of the number of types of services delivered by the department. The just over 38 FTEs are responsible for street paving and maintenance, alleys, curbs, ramps, snow removal, lane markings and traffic markings, signs, traffic control devices, and leaf collection. It's a wide range of responsibility areas, and one that we do, in my opinion, really well. Our 2021 paving and patching goals and efforts are on schedule to be met. We're also in the process of contracting our next round of pavement, sidewalk, and signage inspections. This data has been some of the most important information we've been able to obtain for as long as we've been responsible for city rights of way. And if you recall, back in 2017, it was the first time we had done a technological approach to determining the condition of our street network and our sidewalk network. And in terms of snow removal and the 2021 budget goals, I'd say 2021, that we've had enough snow for 2021. We need no more snow in 2021, and that we can wait for a future year for more snowfall. Knowing that likely won't be the case before we get to next year, we're ready to go. We've, as the council is aware and has supported in the past, we've made capital expenditures for brining equipment. So a different approach than just our traditional Cargill clear lane de-icer approach. In terms of 2021 budget goals with leaf removal, the council is very much well aware that we've been looking at how we do leaf removal in 2020 and 2021 now. And this fall, we're in the process of implementing a expanded and much larger pilot project through the 1,000 households who mulch program. For sidewalk maintenance, we've got ambitious goals in terms of the number of ADA ramp improvements that we're going to make and the amount of contracted in-house sidewalk repairs we're going to make. Sidewalks get a lot of attention, and we've talked a lot about sidewalks in budget hearings in years past, and I'm sure we will again this year. The one thing I would say is that the city, it's long been known that property owners are responsible for sidewalk repair adjacent to their property. Where the city focuses our efforts, whether it's the repair assistance program or contracted repairs and removal or replacements or sidewalk grinding projects and such, we're always going to look for the biggest bang for the buck. And right now, that's without a doubt with the saw cutting and grinding program. We're going to look to to demographic areas of the city with underserved populations, and we're going to also focus our efforts on sidewalk repairs that are due to street tree damage. So that's the heaving of a sidewalk due to a city-owned street tree. That's kind of just for a philosophical background on how we approach sidewalks within public works. For additional 2021 budget goal updates, we're continuing to replace signs that were shown not to meet MUTCD standards, and as far as our 2017 data collection, and continuing to work on traffic signal coordination efforts with the engineering department, utilizing smart city type technologies. 2022, moving into 2022 budget goals, our paving and patching efforts are going to be very similar. We're going to try to fill a pothole as quickly as we possibly can once it's reported to us. We're going to continue to try to maintain the street network with repaving at least 10 lane miles per year. And then also going to continue our efforts to apply for state matching funds for community crossing grant programs. 2022 snow removal efforts are going to remain the same as they have in years past. We're going to stay and continue to clear roads until winter weather storm events end. We've talked a lot about snow control over the years. We've talked a lot about additional snow control and pedestrian facilities. And just a couple points that I'd like to make. When we have multi-day snow events, the kind of the concept of an uphill battle is certainly one that we're fighting when it comes to multi-day snow events. You know, if you have major snowfall one day, you get it cleared, and within 24 hours, you start to receive more snow. Obviously, we're going to always try to maintain the street network first and foremost for safe travel, for public safety and all the reasons. You know, but we also do focus a lot on pedestrian facilities. So every city maintains side path, every sidewalk adjacent to a city facility of any kind, whether that's a park, a city building, a city-owned property, et cetera. We're going to be doing the snow removal from those pedestrian facilities. We also do a lot of contracted snow removal for side paths for other facilities that we own and maintain. And you know, this includes areas in the downtown. This includes adding the overpasses of I-69 that are within city limits to our snow clearing contract. You know, last year was very telling to me when we reached out to NDOT and said, hey, by the way, you guys haven't cleared any of the pedestrian facilities you built as part of the I-69 network. And we were very clearly told that NDOT does not do such things, that if it's beyond the curb, anything beyond the curb, whether it's repair of a sidewalk or clearing snow from it, is not something NDOT does. NDOT is responsible curb to curb in their opinion, and doesn't do those things. So, you know, even last year when we recognized that with the overpasses, we immediately, we after several days of being told NDOT wouldn't help, you know, we took it upon ourselves to try to get out there and do the snow removal. Those are important pedestrian pathways. We recognize that. And so we're adding that to our contracted snow removal. That's a cost directly related, you know, directly absorbed by the city, but it's important. And so those are things we've done. We've put together a preliminary map with every single location throughout the city where we do snow removal from pedestrian facilities. We're doing a little bit further analysis of that to try to figure out linear feet and things like that. So we have that information. We're continuing to compile it, and we'll are happy to provide that to the council. It's something we are, you know, doing, and it's something we're interested in, you know, considering doing more of when needed. I know we talk a lot about those types of facilities where, you know, folks needing to walk have struggles. You know, last year we also worked on South Walnut Street. We know we have a monolithic sidewalk to South Walnut. So we took our Bobcat down there and tried to clear, and did a lot of the same things within the downtown, especially trying to clear ADA ramps. In terms of leaf removal, I don't know that I need to highlight much more other than we're, you know, continuing the pilot. We'll get a lot of good information based on this fall's program to try to influence decision making on how we want to move forward in 2022 and beyond in terms of the leafing program. Excuse me, as I mentioned earlier, we're updating our overall condition index ratings for sidewalks, streets, and traffic signs in 2021 as part of our asset management efforts. We'll continue to upgrade every ADA ramp on a street that we're repaving, and we're going to continue our sidewalk repair assistance program and our trip hazard removal program that I've mentioned with the saw cutting and the grinding. As far as traffic signals, again, working very closely with the engineering department to do a full overhead cabinet inspection for all traffic signals. We'll be finishing that up. We'll be doing that in 2022, with the next step of that being, you know, the implementation and prioritization of traffic signal upgrades at the various locations as throughout the community, as we talked about with Councilmember Flaherty in the first budget presentation this evening. You know, we also work with the Parks and Recreation Department a lot on managing the urban forest, and, you know, have goals to make sure that we're responding to all hazardous tree conditions in streets or alleys within one day, and trying to continue our effort at removing just dead and hazardous trees citywide. For 2022, we're continuing our, we're now going from replacing all of the signs that were in the poor category to we'll replace in 2022 21 or 2022, the fair condition rated signs, and then have a new set of data to influence years to come based on our inspections this fall. For pavement markings, city is responsible for reapplying 100% of our Longland pavement markings each year. You probably noticed last week that we had those folks in town doing that work, and something we'll do each and every year. Looking at also with our street sweeping efforts, we're trying to hit every city street within at least 2 times per year, and the downtown and commercial areas a little more often. This has been, a large topic of conversation with Public Works and utilities and others, mayor's office, and in conjunction with that Brighton B-Town program. One of the things that keeps being brought to my attention is the kind of the curb appeal and beautification efforts between the curb and the pavement, or the sidewalk and the curb, and doing weed removal and things like that. Definitely a focus of ours, something we're looking to have even a better and further impact on. In terms of 2022 goals with streetlights, we've identified a plan for LED conversion in terms of a 3-year program to replace all of our city streets lights that are non-LED. Now's the time that we're trying to identify funding sources. We've got a lot with the infrastructure bill or different federal funding coming out that we're hopeful that we can find some resources to implement the plan that we've been working on with Duke Energy. Just moving on to some budget highlights for category 451, or for MVH 451 and the MVH 456 restricted fund, seeing major increases in capital outlays, and for both equipment and for matching costs for potential community crossing grants, and pretty significant reduction from category 3 as well. For the LRS, the local road and street 450 fund, request is about 4% lower than 2021, mainly due to some equipment cost savings and lower costs due to the LED conversion projects at the Showers Complex. For CCD 601 and CCI 600, again, this is an area where we're putting the match funding for possible community crossing grants, so there's a pretty big increase there. And then just to highlight the Recover Forward Phase 3, and I'll probably need the controller to jump in at some point in time to help me describe all of this, but this is our effort to replace lost revenues and make sure we're still able to meet our goals and capital replacement projects. So that's a one-time budget request of $1 million for the ARPA funding phase 3. Overall budget request for the street department or street division of Public Works is just under $8 million for all activities, and with the additional $1 million for the ARPA funding request. Happy to answer any questions about our 2022 street division budget request to finish out the evening.
Thank you, Mr. Wason. We will now go to council member questions as soon as I can see folks. Let me see here.
I thought the rule was for the last presentation, there were no questions.
That's why you put streets last.
Yes.
I'll just shower praise on you. No, I do have questions. By the way, there was a study that just came out a few days ago, and sadly, LED lights, of course, are efficient, much more efficient, so they're good for climate, but it turns out that they're bad for insects, that they're attracting many more insects and it's resulting in their death. So we have an insect. But let's see how that plays out, because maybe there are certain wavelengths. So anyway, I just wanted to bring that to your attention. So I was wondering about this So on your website, it says we have 234, you say 237 miles of road, but is that lane miles or is that miles?
Lane miles.
Lane miles, okay. And you're trying to do about 10 to 15 or about 12 street lane miles per year.
Joe, jump in here if you want. So when we say 237 miles of roadway, that's traffic in both directions. That's the whole road. We have 237 miles of roadway.
It kind of makes a difference because, you know, if it's miles miles of road, and we can assume, I mean, there are at least 2 lanes. That means you're going to probably repave all the roads in about 40 years, which is a long time.
Right.
But if it's lane miles, maybe it's about 20 years. I was just curious to know, like, how, you know, what's the expectation in terms of repaving a road? Is it essentially every 20 years, or is that your target? I assume some roads are going to need it more often, obviously, the ones that are traveled more.
Yep.
But is it on average? I guess I'm saying.
Yep.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Joe.
This is Joe Van Devener. That's lane miles. And it depends on the whether it's an arterial, the volume of traffic, as to how soon it would get repaved.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, it sounds like it's on average in every 20 years.
Yep.
Which sounds about right. Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
it absolutely. And, you know, again, you know, like a street like College or Walnut's probably every 10 years minimum for repaving, whereas, you know, a neighborhood street with very little traffic is probably closer to 20 or 25.
Gotcha.
Yep.
And I see you reuse, I should say you reuse a lot of the asphalt, correct?
Yes, we have a contract to with our asphalt supplier to provide them our millings for reuse.
Great, thanks.
Other council member questions? Councilmember Piedmont Smith?
Yes, I was surprised in your memo, Mr. Wason, that you mentioned that next year would be a continuation of the leafing pilot program. I mean, this is already the second year that we're doing a pilot, and we're doing 1,000 households this year, hopefully. Why would we continue to pilot instead of implementing something next year?
I don't think it's that we're opposed to, you know, looking at what happens this year and possibly making decisions. These budget hearings happen they happen right before our leaf season each year. So it's, you know, in 2020, we began a pilot with very few households. This year, 21, we're trying to get 1,000 households. You know, depending on the information that is resulted of that pilot, it's possible that next year we would. Otherwise, it may be that we're trying to expand to 3,000 households next year with a you know, expansion of the pilot. I think that's the whole point, is that it's to be determined based on what we learn from the expansion of the pilot.
I see. Thank you.
Yep.
Councilmember Flaherty, I think I saw your hand.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. There was a couple of mentions of community crossing grants opportunities. Will strategizing for what to apply for be coordinated among engineering, planning, and public works?
100%.
Okay, great. Thank you. And also, I think you mentioned this earlier when I asked my question in the administration budget presentation, but the overhead cabinet inspection of all traffic signals, good to have the total number there, 84. Was I mistaken, or was that on the 2021 goals list that you had in your presentation?
It was. It was originally intended for 2021. With all of the revenue shortfalls and everything else, we've pushed it to 2022, and that's why I removed it from the presentation as a 2021 goal.
Got it. Okay. Yep. Thank you. I might have more, but I'll actually stop for this round. Thanks.
Other first round questions? Councilmember Camilleri?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for keeping us up to date on intentions to apply for community crossings grants. Is there anything in your mind that we could do to make ourselves more competitive, to better position ourselves for the community crossings? And then a second related question is, are there any other sources of funding that we've identified? I asked utilities too. I'm always a big fan of external money paying for something in Bloomington.
Sure. So twofold on that one. First is the idea of community crossings and what we can do to leverage and have, what I'd say to that is we've actually been really successful outside of our first application in 2016, I think it was. The last three, I think we're 3 for 3 on our last 3 applications. One of the difficulties and with the community crossings is that it's a match up to $1 million. So the state can do up to $1 million if the city. It's having projects that are shovel ready of that size, designed and ready to go out the door for the larger ones. And so that's why we're trying, and to Mr. Flaherty's question of, collaborating. And that's where we've got our internal team between planning and transportation, engineering, and public works, all looking at, okay, what would be a big project we'd go for? Where would our matching funds come from? And then what are other smaller projects in case we can't identify a full $1 million match? And to your second question, yes, we're always looking for possible outside funding opportunities, looking very much forward to the infrastructure bill and receiving some assistance probably from some outside help in identifying what might be really good projects to go for there. I can say things like the hospital site and others that are going to be big community changing projects would probably be a really good place to look for those.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Other questions from council members? I will ask one. I'm glad to get that community crossing grants update. It was on my list. Thank you for that. Leading pedestrian intervals. First, is this something I would talk to you about or engineering?
Leading pedestrian I would say engineering. In terms of
okay.
Yes.
I guess, my question is who knows how many we have, how many signals have that capability in the city right now?
I think part of that will be informed by the inspection program that we've proposed. I'm sure Joe could probably, based on memory, go through signal by signal and start, so first off, we can provide you that information and then work with engineering on, furthering those efforts or providing information back to the council.
Okay, that sounds great. I know with the no right turn on red, we talked about adding some of those, especially where it's possible, but no one really knew where that technology existed because not all signals have it, I guess.
That's absolutely true. We've definitely got some older signals that have zero ability to do that. But we also have some newer signals that could do it for sure.
Okay, thank you. That is it for now. First round questions from anyone who hasn't asked yet and wants to. Second round for anyone who's ready. Third round for anyone who wants to get ahead. Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Yeah, so I wanted to ask about snow on sidewalks. And I'm looking forward to seeing that map that you mentioned, Mr. Wason. But of course, as it currently stands, legally, the property owner is responsible for clearing the snow off of sidewalks. Is it your department that enforces that, or is it hand, or who does?
That'd be hand.
Okay. And we had talked with the administration, some council members had talked with the administration about possibly doing a pilot project based on the most frequently used sidewalks and those that are monolithic, where there's really nowhere for the snow to go once it's cleared from the street, except onto the sidewalk. So it's kind of like, well, the city, by clearing the street for cars, is making it a bigger problem for pedestrians. Is that something you would consider for next year?
Whether it's a pilot program or just expansion or continuation of what we're currently doing, again, I think the council is going to be a little surprised when they see the amount of clearing we do from pedestrian roadways. It's not cheap. And that's where that kind of multi-day snow event really gets to become even more difficult to manage from that perspective of, continually trying to keep roadways free and clear so that you can, have police, fire, everybody, all vehicles needing to move, do what they need to. But to then continually, go back as the city to remove from sidewalks that don't fall under our responsibility. It's tough. It's difficult. We try to do our best with these things. We're identifying, like with the I-69 stuff, we're identifying areas where we know people need to walk and trying to add those. And then again, with the inventory, which we already do, it's quite significant.
You had mentioned in your presentation that you did do some sidewalk clearing on South Walnut this past winter.
Yep.
What was that based on? Was that just?
Just kind of seeing what we had going and knowing we had a few free minutes with the Bobcat and the Snowblade, that is, so if you think of South Walnut between, well, I think south of 2nd, or actually south of 1st, probably is going to be monolithic the vast majority of the way down Walnut, so we were out and about and we realized it was there. And you almost need on those monolithic, you almost need it to go really like coordinated and in tandem, almost simultaneously, where you're pushing it off the sidewalks and following up with or pushing it off the road and then following up with the sidewalks. It's a complicated effort, but when the other thing we did a lot last year, because we had those pretty significant snowfalls, was when we went and we utilized the Centerstone crews and other city staff to go make sure that ramps and things were being cleared in the downtown, because that's important. So it's not that we're opposed to a pilot. It's we do a lot already and it's expensive already. Always up for the discussion.
Thank you.
Other questions from council members? Okay, I think we can pause, go to the public, see if we have any public comments on the street budget, or maybe it's just the street budget. Okay, it looks like Mr. Alexander. I see one hand raised.
Yes, Greg Alexander should now be able to comment.
Great, thanks. My name is Greg Alexander. I can tell you that sidewalks in general aren't being maintained. I can also tell you that the 2008 Greenway System Plan passed by his council does put responsibility for maintaining sidewalks on public works, but I don't know what happens inside of public works, so all I can do is case studies. The first one I can see from my front door, Railroad Bridge at about 12th and Rogers. This spring I saw that the sidewalk was completely blocked and I witnessed pedestrians walking in the street. I filed a U report and it was forwarded to Public Works, and a week later they trimmed it back. That's the second time I've ever witnessed anything like that, and it's awesome. On the other hand, the city knew pedestrians were walking in the street on a busy road and let that hazard stand for a whole week. So that success story still leaves room for improvement. But because that bridge is closed right now, I've been using the rail crossing at Fairview Street instead. There's a long story there, but basically the sidewalk has not once been cleared fully of vegetation in at least 10 years. And it was only cleared at all once in all of 2020. And that wasn't by Public Works. So it has been chronically and deeply obstructed, much worse than the one on Rogers. I reported it more than 3 weeks ago now. It was assigned to Public Works, but nothing happened for 2 weeks. So I kind of lost my temper and I went and I started working on it myself. That one spot has been 3 hours of work so far because the mature honeysuckle was just that thick. I've got about 1.5 more hours of work that I still want to do out there with a shovel and pickaxe to remove all of the dirt and roots that are covering the inner 1 foot of the sidewalk to restore the sidewalk to the original engineered width. A lot of our sidewalks, especially at rail crossings, need that kind of deep cleaning from years of neglect. Someone bothered to pour a 5 or 6 foot concrete slab. Pedestrians deserve the benefit of that full width. And snow removal, man. Last year I cleared the snow off the sidewalks on Madison Street from 15th all the way to 11th Street. And the only property where the owner hadn't at least made a token effort before I got there was the city-owned vacant lot on my block. I've literally never seen the snow there cleared except when I've done it. At a city-owned lot. You know who trims the trees back from the sidewalk at that city-owned lot? It's me. I tell you unequivocally, Public Works is not clearing sidewalks at all city-owned properties. So I really don't know what responsibilities Public Works has accepted upon itself. I don't know if things are slipping through the cracks because they've rejected the responsibility or because they don't have the capacity. I'm again optimistic.
Thank you,
there's some
Mr. Alexander.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, we're at 2 minutes. Thanks for sticking with us tonight. Any other public comment?
I do not believe so.
Back to council for more questions, comments. Looks like no more questions. Would anyone like to make a comment before we? Councilmember Flaherty.
I actually do have a question to follow up on Mr. Alexander's questions about maintenance. I don't know if Mr. Wason would like to weigh in about the challenges. I would imagine that this is just a capacity issue and an enforcement issue both. What do you have to say about the challenges and where maybe we're falling short on sidewalk maintenance and clearing?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's absolutely both. Whose responsibility is it? Is it, I'm interested to know which city-owned lot he's referring to. In many instances, it's not city property that has the vegetation growing over it. As you heard from the engineering team earlier, they're, actively trying to enforce those encroachments and, will, from time to time, as you heard from them earlier, they're actively trying to enforce those things as well. In the case of the bridge that Mr. Alexander spoke about, that's technically a county-owned bridge within city limits. I thought we got to it well before a week, but that was brought to our attention, and we went out and trimmed back what was impacting a sidewalk that we knew pedestrians traveled on. It wasn't our property; it was a county-owned bridge, but we wanted to improve that. We got a complaint the other day about the new side path along Rogers Road there with weeds and things growing over the handrails. We went and trimmed that back so we do go back and do these things, especially when they are pointed out to be city properties and things like that. Part of it is, Councilmember Flaherty, just the pure volume of vegetative growth that happens in any given year. We've got our schedules and where we go and trim back and know we need to mow and keep rights of way clear and everything else. But in many, and I guess the majority of cases, these are often private properties that are, the result of the growth into the right of way. And, I, again, won't get into legal matters in that regard, but we'll trim it back if it's a safety issue in a heartbeat. If we know we have a known safety issue, we're going to blocking a stop sign or a traffic signal, or, we're going to take that upon ourselves. But we can't also just go trim back vegetation on private property, at free will on our own. So it's a combination, and it's cross-departmental. It doesn't fall just to, it doesn't just fall to Public Works. And thank you for that address, Greg. I'll look it up.
Thanks. I appreciate those insights.
Absolutely.
Other council member questions or comments? I would like to follow up on a question about that bridge. Are we talking about the bridge at 11th and Rogers?
I believe, yes.
And that's county owned?
County, yeah. So the any bridge or culvert structure over, I believe, 20 feet falls to county per state code.
Is it just the sidewalk that belongs to the county, or the street?
The bridge
on the
itself,
bridge?
and then the street surface. Yeah.
I'm sorry, this is a dumb question, but do we pave that? Do we plow that street for snow, or is it the county's responsibility to?
We plow. We plow that for snow with. I could point out a couple other examples. Any city, any county maintained bridge within the city is going to be plowed by the city. We also have some, agreements with county highway on things where, you know, I could provide a bunch of different examples, but like Corey Lane is a county road, but it's in city limits. And I know we've always plowed it. And then there's a portion of a city street that's over more where the county does a lot of work and they plow that one for us, you know, so there is some partnership and agreements there in place. But in terms of that specifically, we would plow it over the bridge, yet they would maintain the structure.
Okay. 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 I mean, I was just asking because, like, to me, it makes sense if we are maintaining that space for one mode of transportation, we should then maintain it for all modes of transportation. So I think, I mean, it wouldn't be the county's job to clear the sidewalk of branches, right? It would.
Then
I mean, it would
that's why
still be
we
our
went and did
job.
it. Yeah, and we went and
Yeah.
cleared them. Yes, absolutely.
Okay, I was just asking if we like actually try to get the county to come in and do those things if we do them. Okay. I'm sorry, I saw a chat. Any other comments, questions? Does anyone want to do a final comment on the streets? Any council person want to do a final comment on the streets budget? Okay. This one's going quicker than I thought. Okay, so let's consider due pass recommendation on the, did I miss a hand? No, okay. On the streets budget, Public Works, Council Member Rallo,
Yes.
Council Member Scambaluri,
Yes.
Council Member Smith,
Yes.
Council Member Piedmont Smith,
Abstain.
Council Member Sandberg,
Yes.
Council Member Sims,
Yes.
Council Member Flaherty,
Abstain.
Council Member Volan,
Abstain.
and I will abstain. That is 5-0-4 for the street budget, and that is our last budget of the evening. So thank you everyone for being here, and I will see you tomorrow at 8 a.m. Just kidding, but thanks very much and have a great night.
Hey, Councilmember Rosenbarger, did you look on the agenda?
Do we have something else?
I think the last part says council comment on city budget.
Oh,
On
we
budget-
all get to
on-
make a final
on
comment
budget
tonight.
hearings. Well, that's just what the agenda says. I just thought I'd remind that before everyone took off.
Okay, I think I forgot. Yeah, I forgot about
Mr.
that.
Lucas is there to correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay. I think that's correct. It is on the agenda. I just didn't put it into my notes for the night. So we can stick around, and if any council member would like to make a final comment on the budget hearings, now is the time. Okay. I'm sorry. I feel like I messed that one up. Councilmember Flaherty.
I won't get into my overall thoughts on the budget, just a plug to think about continuing to reform our process in future years. I think maybe dividing this over 2 weeks or doing it a little bit differently would be in everyone's interest, including the public especially. So that's all for me tonight. Thanks.
Thank you. I would just briefly say, I think we had a lot of abstentions in these last 4 days, and I think that means we all just have a lot of questions to ask in the next month or so, and a lot more in this process. And I look forward to working with all of you and the administration to make sure we really deliver a budget everyone feels comfortable with to the city. Anyone else? Councilmember Simmons?
Thank you. I'll be as brief as possible. I think this is, well, I know this is my 5th year of the city budget process. And I think that puts me somewhere in the middle of the pack with experience. We've got some long-term folks and a few lesser folks. But what I like to say is that sometimes I don't really care for politics, specifically the negative aspects of politics as perceived publicly. You know, for making that statement, I have been applauded by some, but I've also been advised, chastised, and what felt like being victimized. Oftentimes, the negative aspects of politics leave no room for compromise or collaboration, and to me, that is unacceptable. I have enjoyed the diversity and the passion exhibited in our debates and our deliberations over the last 4 days of these budget presentations. I continue to learn a lot from my colleagues and the public. I agree with many of the points championed by my colleagues and the administration, but I also disagree with some of the other points. Agree or not, I endeavor to listen intently during our deliberations, which is how it should be when you have 2 ears and 1 mouth, right? I have great respect for the due diligence of my colleagues and for the expertise of our city staff. I simply want to help the public at large in my role as a local government elected representative, and I still consider it a blessing to be able to do so. Yet sometimes I don't care for politics, specifically the negative aspects of politics as often publicly perceived. Thank you all for listening and have a good night.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Sons. Anyone else? Final comment? Okay. Okay, well, thank you all again, and see you sometime soon. Have a wonderful weekend.
Mr. Lucas?
Just real quick, I'll just remind members of the council and for those members of the public that have stuck with us that under the council's annual schedule, the budget related legislation is scheduled to come to the council for introduction and discussion on September 29th at a special session, followed by a committee meeting. And then 2 weeks later on October 13th, the council has a scheduled special session for second reading and an adoption hearing on the budget related ordinances. So that's the current schedule. I just wanted to give a brief reminder of what's coming up. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else from anyone? I'm sorry, anyone. Okay. Okay, well, thank you again, and see you all soon.